This translation of J.V. Stalin's works has been made from the text of the Russian edition prepared by the Marx Engels Lenin Institute of the Central Committee, CPSU. Some of J.V. Stalin's works given in volumes 1 and 2 of the Russian edition of the works are translations from the Georgian. This is indicated at the end of each of the works concerned. J.V. Stalin. Volume 1. Page. Preface to this edition. 11 Preface to Volume 1. 15 Author's Preface to Volume 1. 17. 1901-07. From the Editors. 1. The Russian Social Democratic Party and its immediate tasks. 9. The Social Democratic View of the National Question. 31. 55. 59 The Proletarian Class and the Proletarian Party 63 Workers of the Caucasus, it is time to take revenge. 75 Long live International Fraternity. 82 To Citizens. Long live the Red Flag. 85. Contents 8. Briefly about the disagreements in the party. 90. 133 The Provisional Revolutionary Government and Social Democracy. 140. 162. 175. 181. 187. 191 Tiflis, November 20, 1905. 195. 198 The State Duma and the Tactics of Social Democracy. 207. 216 Concerning the Agrarian Question. 232 Concerning the Revision of the Agrarian Program, 1906. 238 On the Present Situation, 1906. 241. 243. 249 The Present Situation and the Unity Congress of the Workers' Party. 252. 280. Contents 9. Factory Legislation and the Proletarian Struggle 289. 297 The Dialectical Method. 302 The Materialist Theory. 313 Proletarian Socialism. 331 Appendix. 373. ANARCHISMORSOCIALISM. Dialectical Materialism. Notes. 392 Biographical Chronicle. 415. Preface. The present collection of the works of J.V. Stalin is published by decision of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Hitherto only part of Comrade Stalin's works has been published in separate collections. His articles and speeches of the period immediately before October 1917 were collected in the book On the Road to October, which appeared in 2 editions in 1925. In 1932 the collection The October Revolution was published, containing articles and speeches on the Great October Socialist Revolution. Works on the national question went into the collection Marxism and the National and Colonial Question, which has appeared in several editions. The articles and speeches of 1921 to 1927, dealing mainly with internal party questions and the rout of the opposition groups that were hostile to the party, constituted a separate collection entitled On the Opposition, which was published in 1928. In addition, there are other collections in which are compiled J.V. Stalin's articles and speeches on definite subjects, such as, for example, the collections, on Lenin, articles and speeches on the Ukraine, the peasant question, the Young Communist League, and others. At different times several collections were published containing works by both V. I. Lenin and J.V. Stalin, such as, 1917 Selected Writings and Speeches, The Defense of the Socialist Motherland, a collection of works for the study of the history of the CPSU. In 3 volumes, Lenin-Stalin selected works in 1 volume, on party affairs, on socialist emulation, on labor, and others. The most widely distributed collection of the works of Comrade Stalin up to this point has been the book Problems of Leninism, which has gone through 11 editions. With every new edition, the contents of this book underwent considerable change. Nearly every edition included new works and, at the same time, in order to keep the book to its previous size, the author deleted certain works from it. Comrade Stalin's speeches, reports, and orders of the day delivered during the patriotic war the Soviet people waged against the German fascist invaders are collected in the book on the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, which has gone through 5 editions. However, a large number of J.V. Stalin's works, written before and after the October Revolution, were not reprinted and, hitherto, not collected after their publication in newspapers and magazines. Moreover, there are articles and letters by Comrade Stalin which have not been published before. This is a first attempt to collect and publish in one edition nearly all the works of J.V. Stalin. Volume 1 contains the works of J.V. Stalin written from 1901 to April 1907. Volume 2 includes works written from 1907 to 1913. Volume 3 consists of works of the period of preparation for the Great October Socialist Revolution. These are mainly articles that were published in Pravda. Volume 4 includes works written in the first months of the existence of the Soviet government and in the period of foreign military intervention and civil war. The next 3 volumes 5, 6, and 7 contain works of the period of the Soviet state's transition to the peaceful work of rehabilitating the national economy. Volume 5 contains works written from 1921 up to the death of V.I. Lenin. Volume 6 includes works of 1924. Volume 7 contains works written in 1925. J.V. Stalin's works of the period of the struggle for the socialist industrialization of the country constitute volumes 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Volumes 8 and 9 contain articles, speeches, reports, etc., made during 1926, volumes 10 and 11, those of 1927, and Volume 12, those of the period of 1928 to 1929. Volume 13 contains works of the period 1930 to 1933, dealing mainly with questions concerning the collectivization of agriculture and the further development of socialist industrialization. Volume 14 contains works covering the period 1934-1940, dealing with the struggle to complete the building of socialism in the USSR, with the creation of the new constitution of the Soviet Union, and with the struggle for peace in the situation prevailing at the opening of the Second World War. Volume 15 consists of J.V. Stalin's work, History of the CPSU, short course, which appeared in a separate edition in 1938. Volume 16 contains works of the period of the Soviet Union's Great Patriotic War, including J.V. Stalin's reports, speeches, and orders of the day on the anniversaries of the Great October Socialist Revolution, addresses to the people in connection with the rout and surrender of Germany and Japan, and other documents. All the works in the respective volumes are arranged in chronological order according to the time at which they were written or published. Each volume is furnished with a preface, brief explanatory notes, and a biographical chronicle. Dates until the adoption of the new style calendar are given in old style, those after that are given in new style. The texts of Comrade Stalin's works are given in their original form except in a few instances where the author has introduced slight changes of a purely stylistic character. Marx Engels Lenin Institute of the CPSU. Volume 1 includes the works of J.V. Stalin written from 1901 to April 1907, the period when he conducted his revolutionary activities mainly in Tiflis. In this period the Bolsheviks, under the leadership of V.I. Lenin, were laying the foundations of the Marxist-Leninist Party, of its ideology and principles of organization. In this period Comrade Stalin, combating various anti-Marxist and opportunist trends, created Leninist Iskra-Bolshevik organizations in Transcaucasia and directed their activities. In his works he substantiated and vindicated the fundamental principles of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine. Only a small part of J.V. Stalin's works included in Volume 1 were published in Russian. Most of them were published in Georgian newspapers and pamphlets. The majority of these appear in Russian for the first time. The archives of the Caucasian Union Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, and some of the publications issued by the Transcaucasian Bolshevik 16 organizations, in which works of J.V. Stalin were published, have not been found to this day. In particular, the program of studies for Marxist workers' circles and Credo are still missing. Volume 1 of THE present edition does not contain all the works of J.V. Stalin written from 1901 to April 1907. Marx Engels Lenin Institute of the CPSU. The works comprising Volume 1 were written in the early period of the author's activities, when the elaboration of the ideology and policy of Leninism was not yet completed. This partly applies also to Volume 2 of the works. To understand and properly appraise these works, they must be regarded as the works of a young Marxist not yet molded into a finished Marxist-Leninist. It is natural therefore that these works should bear traces of some of the propositions of the old Marxists which afterwards became obsolete and were subsequently discarded by our party. I have in mind two questions, the question of the agrarian program, and the question of the conditions for the victory of the socialist revolution. As is evident from Volume 1, at that time the author maintained that the landlord's lands should be distributed among the peasants as the peasants' private property. At the party's Unity Congress, at which the agrarian question was discussed, the majority of the Bolshevik delegates engaged in practical party work supported the distribution point of view, the majority of the 18 Mensheviks stood for municipalization, Lenin and the rest of the Bolshevik delegates stood for the nationalization of the land. In the course of the controversy around these three drafts, when it became evident that the prospect of the Congress accepting the draft on nationalization was hopeless, Lenin and the other nationalists at the Congress voted with the distributors. The distributors advanced three arguments against nationalization: a. That the peasants would not accept the nationalization of the landlord's lands, because they wanted to obtain those lands as their private property; b. That the peasants would resist nationalization, because they would regard it as a measure to abolish the private ownership of the land which they already privately owned; c. That even if the peasants' objection to nationalization could be overcome, we Marxists should not advocate nationalization, because, after the victory of the bourgeois democratic revolution, the state in Russia would not be a socialist, but a bourgeois state, and the possession by the bourgeois state of a large fund of nationalist land would inordinately strengthen the bourgeoisie to the detriment of the interests of the proletariat. In this the distributors proceeded from the premise that was accepted among Russian Marxists, including the Bolsheviks, that after the victory of the bourgeois democratic revolution there would be a more or less long interruption in the revolution, that between the victorious bourgeois revolution and the future socialist revolution there would be an interval, during which capitalism would have the opportunity to develop more freely and powerfully and embrace agriculture too, that 19. The class struggle would become more intense and more widespread, the proletariat's class would grow in numbers, the proletariat's class consciousness and organization would rise to the proper level, and that only after all this could the period of the socialist revolution set in. It must be observed that the premise that a long interval would set in between the two revolutions was not opposed by anybody at the Congress. Both the advocates of nationalization and distribution on the one hand, and the advocates of municipalization on the other, were of the opinion that the agrarian program of Russian social democracy should facilitate the further and more powerful development of capitalism in Russia. Did we Bolshevik practical workers know that Lenin at that time held the view that the bourgeois revolution in Russia would grow into the socialist revolution, that he held the view of uninterrupted revolution? Yes, we did. We knew it from his pamphlet entitled Two Tactics, and also from his celebrated article The Attitude of Social Democracy Towards the Peasant Movement of 1905, in which he stated that we stand for uninterrupted revolution and that we shall not stop halfway. But because of our inadequate theoretical training, and because of our neglect, characteristic of practical workers, of theoretical questions, we had not studied the question thoroughly enough and had failed to understand its great significance. As we know, for some reason Lenin did not at that time develop the arguments following from the theory of the growing over of the bourgeois revolution into the socialist revolution, nor did he use them at the Congress in support of nationalization. XX. Was it not because he believed that the question was not yet ripe, and because he did not expect the majority of the Bolshevik practical workers at the Congress to be sufficiently equipped to understand and accept the theory that the bourgeois revolution must grow into the socialist revolution that he refrained from advancing these arguments? It was only some time later, when Lenin's theory that the bourgeois revolution in Russia must grow into the socialist revolution became the guiding line of the Bolshevik Party, that disagreements on the agrarian question vanished in the party, for it became evident that in a country like Russia, where the specific conditions of development had prepared the ground for the growth of the bourgeois revolution into the socialist revolution, the Marxist Party could have no other agrarian program than that of land nationalization. The second question concerns the problem of the victory of the socialist revolution. As is evident from Volume 1, at that time the author adhered to the thesis, current among Marxists, that one of the major conditions for the victory of the socialist revolution is that the proletariat must become the majority of the population, that, consequently, in those countries where the proletariat does not yet constitute the majority of the population owing to the inadequate development of capitalism, the victory of socialism is impossible. This thesis was taken as generally accepted among Russian Marxists, including the Bolsheviks, as well as among the social democratic parties of other countries. The subsequent development of capitalism in Europe XXI and America, however, the transition from pre-imperialist capitalism to imperialist capitalism and, finally, Lenin's discovery of the law of the uneven economic and political development of different countries, showed that this thesis no longer corresponded to the new conditions of development, that the victory of socialism was quite possible in individual countries where capitalism had not yet reached the highest point of development and the proletariat did not yet constitute the majority of the population, but where the capitalist front was sufficiently weak to be breached by the proletariat. Lenin's theory of the socialist revolution thus arose in 1915 to 1916. As is well known, Lenin's theory of the socialist revolution proceeds from the thesis that the socialist revolution will be victorious not necessarily in those countries where capitalism is most developed, but primarily in those countries where the capitalist front is weak, where it is easier for the proletariat to breach that front, where capitalism has reached, say, only the medium stage of development. This is all the comment the author wishes to make on the works collected in Volume 1. J. Stalin. January 1946. And. From the editor's asterisk. Convinced that for intelligent Georgian readers the publication of a free periodical is an urgent question, convinced that this question must be settled today and that further delay can only damage the common cause, convinced that every intelligent reader will welcome such a publication and will render it every assistance, we, a group of Georgian revolutionary social democrats, are meeting this want in the endeavor to satisfy the reader's wishes as far as it lies in our power. We are issuing the first number of the first Georgian free newspaper Bordzilla. 1. To enable the reader to form a definite opinion about our publication and, in particular, about ourselves, we shall say a few words. The social democratic movement has not left untouched a single corner of the country. It has not avoided that corner of Russia which we call the Caucasus, and with the Caucasus, it has not avoided our Georgia. The social democratic movement in Georgia is a recent phenomenon, it is only a few years old, to be more precise, the foundations of that movement were laid only. Asterisk leading article in the illegal social democratic newspaper Bordzilla. 2. In 1896. Here, as everywhere else, our activities at first did not extend beyond the bounds of secrecy. Agitation and wide propaganda in the form that we have been witnessing lately were impossible and, willy-nilly, all efforts were concentrated in a few circles. This period has now passed. Social democratic ideas have spread among the masses of the workers, and activities have also overflowed the narrow bounds of secrecy and have spread to a large section of the workers. The open struggle has started. This struggle has confronted the Pioneer Party workers with many questions of a kind that have been in the background hitherto and have not urgently called for explanation. The first question that has arisen in all its magnitude is, What means have we at our command to enlarge the area of the struggle? In words, the answer to this question is very simple and easy. In practice it is quite different. It goes without saying that for the organized social democratic movement the principal means is the extensive propaganda of an agitation for revolutionary ideas. But the conditions under which the revolutionary is obliged to operate are so contradictory, so difficult, and call for such heavy sacrifices, that often both propaganda and agitation become impossible in the form that the initial stage of the movement requires. Studying in circles with the idea of books and pamphlets becomes impossible, first, because of police persecution, and secondly, because of the very way this work is organized. Agitation wanes with the very first arrests. It becomes impossible to maintain contact with the workers and to visit them often, and yet the workers are expecting explanations of numerous questions of the day. A fierce. From the editors 3. Struggle is raging around them, all the forces of the government are mustered against them, but they have no means of critically analyzing the present situation, they have no information about the actual state of affairs, and often a slight setback at some neighboring factory is enough to cause revolutionary-minded workers to cool off, to lose confidence in the future, and the leader is obliged to start drawing them into the work anew. In most cases, agitation with the aid of pamphlets which provide answers only to certain definite questions has little effect. It becomes necessary to create a literature that provides answers to questions of the day. We shall not stop to prove this commonly known truth. In the Georgian labor movement the time has already arrived when a periodical becomes one of the principal means of revolutionary activity. For the information of some of our uninitiated readers we deem it necessary to say a few words about the legally printed newspapers. We would deem it a great mistake if any worker regarded such a newspaper, irrespective of the conditions under which it was published or of the trend it pursued, as the mouthpiece of his, the workers, interests. The government, which takes care of the workers, is in a splendid position as far as such newspapers are concerned. A whole horde of officials, called censors, are attached to them, and it is their special function to watch them and to resort to red ink and scissors if even a single ray of truth breaks through. Circular after circular comes flying to the committee of censors ordering, "Don't pass anything concerning the workers, don't publish anything about this or that." 4. Event, "Don't permit the discussion of such and such a subject," and so on and so forth. Under these conditions, it is, of course, impossible for a newspaper to be run properly, and in vain will the worker seek in its columns, even between the lines, for information on and a correct appraisal of matters that concern him. If anybody were to believe that a worker can gain any benefit from the rare lines that appear in this or that legally printed newspaper casually mentioning matters concerning him, and let through by the butchering censors only by mistake, we would have to say that he who placed his hopes on such fragments and attempted to build up a system of propaganda on such snippets would display lack of understanding. We repeat that we are saying this only for the information of a few uninitiated readers. And so, a Georgian free periodical is something the social democratic movement needs very urgently. The only question now is how to run such a publication, by what should it be guided, and what should it give the Georgian Social Democrats. From the point of view of the onlooker, the question of the existence of a Georgian newspaper in general, and the question of its content and trend in particular, may seem to settle themselves naturally and simply. The Georgian social democratic movement is not a separate, exclusively Georgian, working-class movement with its own separate program, it goes hand in hand with the entire Russian movement and, consequently, accepts the authority of the Russian Social Democratic Party. Hence it is clear that a Georgian social democratic newspaper should be only a local organ that deals mainly, from the editors 5, with local questions and reflects the local movement. But behind this reply lurks a difficulty which we cannot ignore and which we shall inevitably encounter. We refer to the language difficulty. While the Central Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Party is able to explain all general questions with the aid of the all-party newspaper and leave it to the regional committees to deal only with local questions, the Georgian newspaper finds itself in a difficulty as regards content. The Georgian newspaper must simultaneously play the part of an all-party and of a regional, or local organ. As the majority of Georgian working-class readers cannot freely read the Russian newspaper, the editors of the Georgian newspaper have no right to pass over those questions which the all-party Russian newspaper is discussing, and should discuss. Thus, the Georgian newspaper must inform its readers about all questions of principle concerning theory and tactics. At the same time it must lead the local movement and throw proper light on every event, without leaving a single fact unexplained, and providing answers to all questions that excite the local workers. The Georgian newspaper must link up and unite the Georgian and Russian militant workers. The newspaper must inform its readers about everything that interests them at home, in Russia, and abroad. Such, in general, is our view of what the Georgian newspaper should be. A few words about the content and trend of the newspaper. We must demand that as a social democratic newspaper it should devote attention mainly to the militants. 6. Workers. We think it superfluous to say that in Russia, and everywhere, the revolutionary proletariat alone is destined by history to liberate mankind and bring the world happiness. Clearly, only the working class movement stands on solid ground, and it alone is free from all sorts of utopian fairy tales. Consequently, the newspaper, as the organ of the Social Democrats, should lead the working class movement, point the road for it, and safeguard it from error. In short, the primary duty of the newspaper is to be as close to the masses of the workers as possible, to be able constantly to influence them and serve as their conscious and guiding center. As, however, in the conditions prevailing in Russia today, it is possible that other elements of society besides the workers may come out as the champions of freedom, and as this freedom is the immediate goal of the militant workers of Russia, it is the duty of the newspaper to afford space for every revolutionary movement, even one outside the labor movement. We say afford space not only for casual information, or simply news. No. The newspaper must devote special attention to the revolutionary movement that goes on, or will arise, among other elements of society. It must explain every social phenomenon and thereby influence everyone who is fighting for freedom. Hence, the newspaper must devote special attention to the political situation in Russia, weigh up all the consequences of this situation, and on the widest possible basis raise the question of the necessity of waging a political struggle. We are convinced that nobody will quote our words as proof that we advocate establishing connection and compromising with the bourgeoisie. The proper appraisal. From the editors 7. The exposure of the weaknesses and errors of the movement against the existing system, even if it proceeds among the bourgeoisie, cannot cast the stain of opportunism on the Social Democrats. The only thing here is not to forget social democratic principles and revolutionary methods of fighting. If we measure every movement with this yardstick, we shall keep free of all Bernsteinian delusions. Thus, the Georgian Social Democratic newspaper must provide plain answers to all questions connected with the working class movement, explain questions of principle, explain theoretically the role the working class plays in the struggle, and throw the light of scientific socialism upon every phenomenon the workers encounter. At the same time, the newspaper must serve as the representative of the Russian Social Democratic Party and give its readers timely information about all the views on tactics held by Russian revolutionary social democracy. It must inform its readers about how the workers in other countries live, what they are doing to improve their conditions, and how they are doing it, and issue a timely call to the Georgian workers to enter the battlefield. At the same time, the newspaper must not leave out of account, and without social democratic criticism, a single social movement. Such is our view of what a Georgian newspaper should be. We cannot deceive either ourselves or our readers by promising to carry out these tasks in their entirety with the forces at present at our command. To run the newspaper as it really ought to be run, we need the aid of our readers and sympathizers. The reader will note that 8. The first number of Bordzilla suffers from numerous defects, but defects which can be rectified, if only our readers give us their assistance. In particular, we emphasize the paucity of home news. Being at a distance from home, we are unable to watch the revolutionary movement in Georgia and provide timely information and explanation concerning questions of that movement. Hence we must receive assistance from Georgia. Whoever wishes to assist us also with literary contributions will undoubtedly find means of establishing direct or indirect contact with the editors of Bourdzilla. We call upon all Georgian militant social democrats to take a keen interest in the fate of Bourdzilla, to render every assistance in publishing and distributing it, and thereby convert the first free Georgian newspaper Bourdzilla into a weapon of the revolutionary struggle. Bourdzilla, Number 1. September 1901. Unsigned. Translated from the Georgian. The Russian Social Democratic Party. And its immediate tasks. Human thought was obliged to undergo considerable trial, suffering and change before it reached scientifically elaborated and substantiated socialism. West European socialists were obliged for a long time to wander blindly in the wilderness of utopian socialism before they hewed a path for themselves, investigated and established the laws of social life, and hence, mankind's need for socialism. Since the beginning of the last century, Europe has produced numerous brave, self-sacrificing and honest scientific workers who tried to explain and decide the question as to what can rid mankind of the ills which are becoming increasingly intense and acute with the development of trade and industry. Many storms, many torrents of blood swept over Western Europe in the struggle to end the oppression of the majority by the minority, but sorrow remained undispelled, wounds remained unhealed, and pain became more and more unendurable with every passing day. We must regard as one of the principal reasons for this the fact that utopian socialism did not investigate the laws of social life, it soared higher and higher above life. 10. Whereas what was needed was firm contact with reality. The utopians set out to achieve socialism as an immediate object at a time when the ground for it was totally unprepared in real life, and what was more deplorable because of its results, the utopians expected that socialism would be brought into being by the powerful of this world who, they believed, could easily be convinced of the correctness of the socialist ideal. This outlook completely obscured from view the real labor movement and the masses of the workers, the only natural vehicle of the socialist ideal. The utopians could not understand this. They wanted to establish happiness on earth by legislation, by declarations, without the assistance of the people. They paid no particular attention to the labor movement and often even denied its importance. As a consequence, their theories remained mere theories which failed to affect the masses of the workers, among whom, quite independently of these theories, matured the great idea proclaimed in the middle of the last century by that genius, Karl Marx: the emancipation of the working class must be the act of the working class itself. Workingmen of all countries, unite. These words brought out the truth, now evident even to the blind, that what was needed to bring about the socialist ideal was the independent action of the workers and their amalgamation into an organized force, irrespective of nationality and country. It was necessary to establish this truth, and this was magnificently performed by Marx and his friend Engels in order to lay firm foundations for the mighty Social Democratic Party. 11. Which today towers like inexorable fate over the European bourgeois system, threatening its destruction and the erection on its ruins of a socialist system. In Russia, the evolution of the idea of socialism followed almost the same path as that in Western Europe. In Russia, too, socialists were obliged for a long time to wander blindly before they reached social democratic consciousness, scientific socialism. Here, too, there were socialists and there was a labor movement, but they marched independently of each other, going separate ways, the socialists towards utopian dreams, and the labor movement towards spontaneous revolts. Both operated in the same period, ignorant of each other. The socialists had no roots among the working population and, consequently, their activities were abstract, futile. The workers, on the other hand, lacked leaders, organizers, and, consequently, their movement took the form of disorderly revolts. This was the main reason why the heroic struggle that the socialists waged for socialism remained fruitless, and why their legendary courage was shattered against the solid wall of autocracy. The Russian socialists established contact with the masses of the workers only at the beginning of the 90s. They realized that salvation lay only in the working class, and that this class alone would bring about the socialist ideal. Russian social democracy now concentrated all its efforts and attention upon the movement that was going on among the Russian workers at that time. Still, 12. Inadequately class-conscious, and ill-equipped for the struggle, the Russian workers tried gradually to extricate themselves from their hopeless position and to improve their lot somehow. There was no systematic organizational work in that movement at the time. Of course, the movement was a spontaneous one. And so, social democracy set to work upon this unconscious, spontaneous, and unorganized movement. It tried to develop the class consciousness of the workers, tried to unite the isolated and sporadic struggles of individual groups of workers against individual masters, to combine them in a common class struggle, in order that it might become the struggle of the Russian working class against the oppressing class of Russia, and it tried to give the struggle an organized character. In the initial stages, social democracy was unable to spread its activities among the masses of the workers, and it, therefore, confined its activities to propaganda and agitation circles. The only form of activity it engaged in at that time was to conduct study circles. The object of these circles was to create among the workers themselves a group that would subsequently be able to lead the movement. Therefore, these circles were made up of advanced workers. Only chosen workers could attend them. But soon the study circle period passed away. Social democracy soon felt the necessity of leaving the narrow confines of the circles and of spreading its influence among the broad masses of the workers. This was facilitated by external conditions. At that time the spontaneous movement among the workers rose to an exceptional height. Who of you does not remember the 13 year when nearly the whole of Tiflis was involved in this spontaneous movement? Unorganized strikes at the tobacco factories and in the railway workshops followed one after another. Here, it happened in 1897–98, in Russia it happened somewhat earlier. Timely assistance was needed, and social democracy hastened to render that assistance. A struggle started for a shorter working day, for the abolition of fines, for higher wages, and so forth. Social democracy well knew that the development of the labor movement could not be restricted to these petty demands, that these demands were not the goal of the movement, but only a means of achieving the goal. Even if these demands were petty, even if the workers themselves in individual towns and districts were now fighting separately, that fight itself would teach the workers that complete victory would be achieved only when the entire working class launched an assault against its enemy as a united, strong and organized force. This fight would also show the workers that in addition to their immediate enemy, the capitalist, they have another, still more vigilant foe: the organized force of the entire bourgeois class, the present capitalist state, with its armed forces, its courts, police, prisons and gendarmerie. If even in Western Europe the slightest attempt of the workers to improve their condition comes into collision with the bourgeois power, if in Western Europe, where human rights have already been won, the workers are obliged to wage a direct struggle against the authorities, how much more so must the workers in Russia, in their movement, inevitably come into collision with the autocratic power, which is the vigilant foe of every labor movement, not only because this power protects 14. the capitalists, but also because, as an autocratic power, it cannot resign itself to the independent action of social classes, particularly to the independent action of a class like the working class, which is more oppressed and downtrodden than other classes. That is how Russia's social democracy perceived the course of the movement, and it exerted all its efforts to spread these ideas among the workers. Herein lay its strength, and this explains its great and triumphant development from the very outset, as was proved by the great strike of the workers in the St. Petersburg weaving mills in 1896. But the first victories misled and turned the heads of certain weaklings. Just as the utopian socialists in their time had concentrated their attention exclusively on the ultimate goal and, dazzled by it, totally failed to see, or denied, the real labor movement that was developing under their very eyes, so certain Russian social democrats, on the contrary, devoted all their attention exclusively to the spontaneous labor movement, to its everyday needs. At that time, the class consciousness of the Russian workers was extremely low. The Russian workers were only just awakening from their age-long sleep, and their eyes, accustomed to darkness, failed, of course, to register all that was happening in a world that had become revealed to them for the first time. Their needs were not great, and so their demands were not great. The Russian workers still went no further than to demand slight increases in wages or a reduction of the working day. That it was necessary to change the existing system, that it was necessary to abolish private property, that it was necessary to organize a socialist system of all. 15. This the masses of the Russian workers had no inkling. They scarcely dared to think about abolishing the slavery in which the entire Russian people were submerged under the autocratic regime, to think about freedom for the people, to think about the people taking part in the government of the country. And so, while one section of Russian social democracy deemed it its duty to carry its socialist ideas into the labor movement, the other part, absorbed in the economic struggle, the struggle for partial improvements in the conditions of the workers, was prone to forget entirely its great duty and its great ideals. Echoing their like-minded friends in Western Europe, they said, "For us the movement is everything, the final aim is nothing." They were not in the least interested in what the working class was fighting for so long as it fought. The so-called farthing policy developed. Things reached such a pass that, one fine day, the St. Petersburg newspaper Rabochaya MYSL2 announced, "Our political program is a 10-hour day and the restitution of the holidays that were abolished by the law of June 23*. Instead of leading the spontaneous movement, instead of imbuing the masses with social democratic ideals and guiding them towards the achievement of our final aim, this section of the Russian Social Democrats." It must be stated that lately the St. Petersburg League of Struggle, and the editorial board of its newspaper, renounced their previous, exclusively economic, trend, and are now trying to introduce the idea of the political struggle into their activities. 16. Became a blind instrument of the movement, it blindly followed in the wake of the inadequately educated section of the workers and limited itself to formulating those needs and requirements of which the masses of the workers were conscious at the time. In short, it stood and knocked at an open door, not daring to enter the house. It proved incapable of explaining to the masses of the workers either the final aim, socialism, or even the immediate aim, the overthrow of the autocracy, and what was still more deplorable, it regarded all this as useless and even harmful. It looked upon the Russian workers as children and was afraid of frightening them with such daring ideas. Nor is this all. In the opinion of a certain section of social democracy, it was not necessary to wage a revolutionary struggle to bring about socialism. All that was needed, in their opinion, was the economic struggle, strikes and trade unions, consumers and producers' cooperative societies, and there you have socialism. It regarded as mistaken the doctrine of the old international social democracy that a change in the existing system and the complete emancipation of the workers were impossible until political power had passed into the hands of the proletariat. In its opinion, there was nothing new in socialism and, strictly speaking, it did not differ from the existing capitalist system. It could easily fit into the existing system. Every trade union and even every cooperative store or producers' cooperative society was already a bit of socialism, they said. They imagined that by means of this absurd patching of old clothes they could make new garments for suffering mankind. But most deplorable of all, and in itself unintelligible. 17. To revolutionaries, is the fact that this section of the Russian Social Democrats have expanded the doctrine of their West European teachers to such a degree that they brazenly state that political freedom is compatible with Tsarism and, therefore, a political struggle as such, the struggle to overthrow the autocracy, is quite superfluous because, if you please, the economic struggle alone is enough to achieve the aim. It is enough for strikes to occur more often despite government prohibition. For the government to tire of punishing the strikers, and in this way freedom to strike and to hold meetings will come of its own accord. Thus, These alleged social democrats argued that the Russian workers should devote all their strength and energy entirely to the economic struggle and should refrain from pursuing all sorts of lofty ideals. In practice, their actions found expression in the view that it was their duty to conduct only local activities in this or that town. They displayed no interest in the organization of a social democratic workers' party in Russia. On the contrary, they regarded the organization of a party as a ridiculous and amusing game which would hinder them in the execution of their direct duty to wage the economic struggle. Strikes and more strikes, and the collection of kopecks for strike funds, such was the alpha and omega of their activities. You will no doubt think that since they have whittled down their tasks to such a degree, since they have renounced social democratism, these worshippers of the spontaneous movement would have done a great deal, at least for that movement. But here, too, we are 18. Deceived. The history of the St. Petersburg movement convinces us of this. Its splendid development and bold progress in the early stages, in 1895–97, was succeeded by blind wandering and, finally, the movement came to a halt. This is not surprising. All the efforts of the economists to build up a stable organization for the economic struggle invariably came up against the solid wall of the government and were always shattered against it. The frightful regime of police persecution destroyed all possibility of any kind of industrial organization. Nor did the strikes bear any fruit, because out of every 100 strikes, 99 were strangled in the clutches of the police. Workers were ruthlessly ejected from St. Petersburg and their revolutionary energy was pitilessly sapped by prison walls and Siberian frosts. We are profoundly convinced that this check to the movement was due not only to external conditions, the police regime, it was due no less to the check in the development of the very ideas, of the class consciousness of the workers, and, hence, to the waning of their revolutionary energy. Although the movement was developing, the workers could not widely understand the lofty aims and content of the struggle because the banner under which the Russian workers had to fight was still the old faded rag with its farthing motto of the economic struggle. Consequently, the workers were bound to wage the struggle with reduced energy, reduced enthusiasm, reduced revolutionary striving, for great energy is engendered only for a great aim. But the danger that threatened this movement as a result of this would have been greater had not our 19 conditions of life, day by day and with increasing persistence, pushed the Russian workers towards the direct political struggle. Even a small simple strike brought the workers right up against the question of our lack of political rights, brought them into collision with the government and the armed forces, and glaringly revealed how inadequate the economic struggle was by itself. Consequently, despite the wishes of these social democrats, the struggle, day by day, increasingly assumed a distinctly political character. Every attempt of the awakened workers openly to express their discontent with the existing economic and political conditions under which the Russian workers are groaning today, every attempt to free themselves from this yoke, impelled the workers to resort to demonstrations of a kind in which the economic aspect of the struggle faded out more and more. The 1st of May celebrations in Russia laid the road to political struggle and to political demonstrations. And to the only weapon they possessed in their struggle in the past, the strike, the Russian workers added a new and powerful weapon, the political demonstration, which was tried for the first time during the Great Kharkov May Day rally in 1900. Thus, thanks to its internal development, the Russian labor movement proceeded from propaganda in study circles and the economic struggle by means of strikes to political struggle and agitation. This transition was markedly accelerated when the working class saw in the arena of the struggle elements from other social classes in Russia, marching with firm determination to win political freedom. 22. The working class is not the only class that is groaning under the yoke of the Tsarist regime. The heavy fist of the autocracy is also crushing other social classes. Groaning under the yoke are the Russian peasants, wasted from constant starvation, impoverished by the unbearable burden of taxation and thrown to the mercy of the grasping bourgeois traders and the noble landlords. Groaning under the yoke are the little people in the towns, the minor employees in government and private offices, the minor officials in general, that numerous lower class of the urban population whose existence is as insecure as that of the working class, and which has every reason to be discontented with its social conditions. Groaning under the yoke is that section of the petty bourgeoisie and even of the middle bourgeoisie which cannot resign itself to the Tsar's knout and lash. This applies especially to the educated section of the bourgeoisie, the so-called representatives of the liberal professions. Groaning under the yoke are the oppressed nations and religious communities in Russia, including the Poles, who are being driven from their native land and whose most sacred sentiments are being outraged, and the Finns, whose rights and liberties, granted by history, the autocracy is arrogantly trampling underfoot. Groaning under the yoke are the eternally persecuted and humiliated Jews who lack even the miserably few rights enjoyed by other Russian subjects: the right to live in any part of the country they choose, the right to attend school, the right to be employed 21. In government service, and so forth. Groaning are the Georgians, Armenians, and other nations who are deprived of the right to have their own schools and be employed in government offices, and are compelled to submit to the shameful and oppressive policy of Russification so zealously pursued by the autocracy. Groaning are the many millions of Russian nonconformists who wish to believe and worship in accordance with the dictates of their conscience and not with the wishes of the Orthodox priests. Groaning are. But it is impossible to enumerate all the oppressed, all who are persecuted by the Russian autocracy. They are so numerous that if they were all aware of this, and were aware who their common enemy is, the despotic regime in Russia would not exist another day. Unfortunately, the Russian peasantry is still downtrodden by age-long slavery, poverty, and ignorance. It is only just awakening, it does not yet know who its enemy is. The oppressed nations in Russia cannot even dream of liberating themselves by their own efforts so long as they are opposed not only by the Russian government, but even by the Russian people, who have not yet realized that their common enemy is the autocracy. There remain the working class, the little people among the urban population, and the educated section of the bourgeoisie. But the bourgeoisie of all countries and nations is very skillful in reaping the fruits of another's victory, very skillful in getting others to pull its chestnuts out of the fire. It never wishes to jeopardize its own relatively privileged position in the struggle against the powerful foe, the struggle which, as yet, it is not so easy. 22. To win. Although it is discontented, its conditions of life are tolerable and, therefore, it gladly yields to the working class, and to the common people in general, the right to offer their backs to the Cossacks' whips and the soldiers' bullets, to fight at the barricades, and so forth. It sympathizes with the struggle and at best expresses indignation at the cruelty with which the brutal enemy is quelling the popular movement. It is afraid of revolutionary action and resorts to revolutionary measures itself only at the last moment of the struggle, when the enemy's impotence is evident. This is what the experience of history teaches us. Only the working class, and the people generally, who in the struggle have nothing to lose but their chains, only they, constitute a genuine revolutionary force. And Russia's experience, although still meager, confirms this ancient truth taught by the history of all revolutionary movements. Of the representatives of the privileged class, only a section of the students have displayed determination to fight to the end for the satisfaction of their demands. But we must not forget that this section, too, of the students consists of sons of these same oppressed citizens, and that, until they have plunged into the sea of life and have occupied a definite social position, the students, being young intellectuals, are more inclined than any other category to strive for ideals which call them to fight for freedom. Be that as it may, at the present time the students are coming out in the social movement almost as leaders, as the vanguard. The discontented sections of 23 different social classes are now rallying around them. At first the students tried to fight with a weapon borrowed from the workers, the strike. But when the government retaliated to their strikes by passing the brutal law under which students who went on strike were drafted into the army, the students had only one weapon left: to demand assistance from the Russian public and to pass from strikes to street demonstrations. And that is what the students did. They did not lay down their arms, on the contrary, they fought still more bravely and resolutely. Around them rallied the oppressed citizens, a helping hand was offered them by the working class, and the movement became powerful, a menace to the government. For 2 years already, the government of Russia has been waging a fierce but fruitless struggle against the rebellious citizens with the aid of its numerous troops, police, and gendarmes. The events of the past few days prove that political demonstrations cannot be defeated. The events in the early days of December in Kharkov, Moscow, Nizhny Novgorod, Riga and other places show that public discontent is now manifesting itself consciously, and that the discontented public is ready to pass from silent protest to revolutionary action. But the demands of the students for freedom of education, for non-interference in internal university life, are too narrow for the broad social movement. To unite all the participants in this movement, a banner is needed, a banner that will be understood and cherished by all and will combine all demands. Such a banner is one inscribed, "Overthrow the autocracy." Only on the ruins of the autocracy. 24. Will it be possible to build a social system that will be based on government by the people and ensure freedom of education, freedom to strike, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom for nationalities, etc., etc.? Only such a system will provide the people with means to protect themselves against all oppressors, against the grasping merchants and capitalists, the clergy and the nobility. Only such a system will open a free road to a better future, to the unhindered struggle for the establishment of the socialist system. The students cannot, of course, wage this stupendous struggle by their own efforts alone. Their weak hands cannot hold this heavy banner. To hold this banner, stronger hands are needed, and under present conditions the strength lies only in the united forces of the working people. Hence, the working class must take the all-Russian banner out of the weak hands of the students and, inscribing on it the slogan, "Down with the autocracy. Long live a democratic constitution, lead the Russian people to freedom." We must be grateful to the students for the lesson they have taught us. They showed how enormously important political demonstrations are in the revolutionary struggle. Street demonstrations are interesting in that they quickly draw large masses of the people into the movement, acquaint them with our demands at once, and create extensive favorable soil in which we can boldly sow the seeds of socialist ideas and of political freedom. Street demonstrations give rise to street agitation, to the influence of which the backward and timid section 29 of society cannot help yielding. A man has only to go out into the street during a demonstration to see courageous fighters, to understand what they are fighting for, to hear free voices calling upon everybody to join the struggle, and militant songs denouncing the existing system and exposing our social evils. That is why the government fears street demonstrations more than anything else. That is why it threatens with dire punishment not only the demonstrators, but also the curious onlookers. In this curiosity of the people lurks the chief danger that threatens the government. The curious onlooker of today will be a demonstrator tomorrow and rally new groups of curious onlookers around himself. And today there are tens of thousands of such curious onlookers in every large town. Russians no longer run into hiding, as they did before, on hearing of disorders taking place somewhere or other. Today they flock to the scene of the disorders and evince curiosity. They are eager to know why these disorders are taking place, why so many people offer their backs to the lash of the Cossack's whip. In these circumstances, the curious onlookers cease to listen indifferently to the swish of whips and sabers. The curious onlookers see that the demonstrators have assembled in the streets to express their wishes and demands, and that the government retaliates. Under the conditions at present prevailing in Russia, illegally printed books and agitation leaflets reach each inhabitant with enormous difficulty. Although the effects of the distribution of such literature are considerable, in most cases it covers only a minority of the population. 26. By beatings and brutal suppression. The curious onlookers no longer run away on hearing the swish of whips. On the contrary, they draw nearer, and the whips can no longer distinguish between the curious onlookers and the rioters. Now, conforming to complete democratic equality, the whips play on the backs of all, irrespective of sex, age, and even class. Thereby, the whiplash is rendering us a great service, for it is hastening the revolutionization of the curious onlookers. It is being transformed from an instrument for taming into an instrument for rousing the people. Hence, even if street demonstrations do not produce direct results for us, even if the demonstrators are still too weak today to compel the government immediately to yield to the popular demands, the sacrifices we make in street demonstrations today will be compensated 100-fold. Every militant who falls in the struggle, or is torn out of our ranks, rouses hundreds of new fighters. For the time being we shall be beaten more than once in the street. The government will continue to emerge victorious from street fighting again and again, but these will be Pyrrhic victories. A few more victories like these and the defeat of absolutism is inevitable. The victories it achieves today are preparing its defeat. And we, firmly convinced that that day will come, that that day is not far distant, risk the lash in order to sow the seeds of political agitation and socialism. The government is no less convinced than we are that street agitation spells its death warrant, that within another 2 or 3 years the specter of a people's revolution will loom before it. The other day the government announced through the mouth of the governor of 27. Yekaterinburg Gubernia that it will not hesitate to resort to extreme measures to crush the slightest attempt at a street demonstration. As you see, this statement smacks of bullets, and perhaps even of shells, but we think that bullets are no less potent than whips as a means of rousing discontent. We do not think that the government will be able even with the aid of such extreme measures to restrain political agitation for long and hinder its development. We hope that revolutionary social democracy will succeed in adjusting its agitation to the new conditions which the government will create by resorting to these extreme measures. In any case, social democracy must watch events vigilantly, it must quickly apply the lessons taught by these events, and skillfully adjust its activities to the changing conditions. But to be able to do this, social democracy must have a strong and compact organization, to be precise, a party organization, that is united not only in name, but also in its fundamental principles and tactical views. Our task is to work to create this strong party that is armed with firm principles and impenetrable secrecy. The Social Democratic Party must take advantage of the new street movement that has commenced, it must take the banner of Russian democracy into its own hands and lead it to the victory that all desire. Thus, there is opening up before us a period of primarily political struggle. Such a struggle is inevitable for us because, under present political conditions, the economic struggle cannot produce substantial results. Even in free countries the strike is a two-edged sword, even there, although the workers possess the means. 28. Of fighting political freedom, strongly organized labor unions and large funds strikes often end in the defeat of the workers. In our country, however, where strikes are a crime punishable by arrest and are suppressed by armed force, where all labor unions are prohibited, strikes acquire the significance only of a protest. For the purpose of protest, however, demonstrations are far more powerful weapons. In strikes the forces of the workers are dispersed, the workers of only one factory, or of a few factories and, at best, of one trade, take part. The organization of a general strike is a very difficult matter even in Western Europe, but in our country it is quite impossible. In street demonstrations, however, the workers unite their forces at once. All this shows what a narrow view is taken by those social democrats who want to confine the labor movement to the economic struggle and industrial organization, to leave the political struggle to the intelligentsia, to the students, to society, and assign to the workers only the role of an auxiliary force. History teaches that under such circumstances the workers will merely pull the chestnuts out of the fire for the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, as a rule, gladly utilize the muscular arms of the workers in the struggle against autocratic government, and when victory has been achieved they reap its fruits and leave the workers empty-handed. If this happens in our country, the workers will gain nothing from this struggle. As regards the students and other dissidents among the public, they, after all, also belong to the bourgeoisie. It will be sufficient to give them a harmless, plucked constitution that grants the people only the most insignificant rights, for all. 29. These dissidents to sing a different song, they will begin to extol the new regime. The bourgeoisie live in constant dread of the red spectre of communism, and in all revolutions they try to put a stop to things when they are only just beginning. After receiving a tiny concession in their favor they, terrified by the workers, stretch out a hand of conciliation to the government and shamelessly betray the cause of freedom. The working class alone is a reliable bulwark of genuine democracy. It alone finds it impossible to compromise with the autocracy for the sake of a concession, and it will not allow itself to be lulled by sweet songs sung to the accompaniment of the constitutional lute. Hence the question as to whether the working class will succeed in taking the lead in the general democratic movement, or whether it will drag at the tail of the movement in the capacity of an auxiliary force of the intelligentsia, i.e., the bourgeoisie, is an extremely important one for the cause of democracy in Russia. In the former case, the overthrow of the autocracy will result in a broad democratic constitution, which will grant equal rights to the workers, to the downtrodden peasantry and to the capitalists. In the latter case, we shall have that plucked constitution, which will be able, no less than absolutism, to trample upon the demands of the workers and will grant the people the mere shadow of freedom. Here, of course, we do not mean that section of the intelligentsia which is already renouncing its class and is fighting in the ranks of the Social Democrats. But such intellectuals are only exceptions, they are white ravens. 30. But in order to be able to play this leading role, the working class must organize in an independent political party. If it does that, no betrayal or treachery on the part of its temporary ally society will have any terrors for it in the struggle against absolutism. The moment this society betrays the cause of democracy, the working class itself will lead that cause forward by its own efforts. The independent political party will give it the necessary strength to do so. Bordzilla, No. 2-3. November-December 1901. Unsigned. Translated from the Georgian. The Social Democratic View. On the national question. Everything changes. Social life changes, and with it the national question changes, too. At different periods different classes enter the arena, and each class has its own view of the national question. Consequently, in different periods the national question serves different interests and assumes different shades, according to which class raises it, and when. For instance, we had the so-called national question of the nobility, when after the annexation of Georgia to Russia the Georgian nobility, realizing how disadvantageous it was for them to lose the old privileges and power they had enjoyed under the Georgian kings, and regarding the status of mere subjects as being derogatory to their dignity wanted the liberation of Georgia. Their aim was to place the Georgian kings and the Georgian nobility at the head of Georgia, and thus place the destiny of the Georgian people in their hands. That was feudal monarchist nationalism. This movement left no visible trace in the life of the Georgians, not a single fact sheds glory on it, if we leave out of account isolated conspiracies hatched by Georgian nobles. 32. Against the Russian rulers in the Caucasus. A slight touch from the events of social life to this already feeble movement was enough to cause it to collapse to its foundations. Indeed, the development of commodity production, the abolition of serfdom, the establishment of the Nobles' Bank, the intensification of class antagonisms in town and country, the growth of the poor peasants' movement, etc. All this dealt a mortal blow to the Georgian nobility and, with it, to feudal monarchist nationalism. The Georgian nobility split into two groups. One renounced all nationalism and stretched forth its hand to the Russian autocracy with the object of obtaining soft jobs, cheap credit, and agricultural implements, the government's protection against the rural rebels, etc. The other, the weaker section of the Georgian nobility, struck up a friendship with the Georgian bishops and archimandrites, and thus found under the protecting wing of clericalism a sanctuary for the nationalism which is being hounded by realities. This group is working zealously to restore ruined Georgian churches, the monuments of departed glory, and is reverently waiting for a miracle that will enable it to achieve its feudal monarchist aspirations. Thus, in the last moments of its existence, feudal monarchist nationalism has assumed a clerical form. Meanwhile, our contemporary social life has brought the national question of the bourgeoisie to the fore. When the young Georgian bourgeoisie realized how difficult it was to contend with the free competition of foreign capitalists, it began, through the mouths of the Georgian National Democrats, to prattle about an independent Georgia. The Georgian bourgeoisie wanted to fence off the Georgian market with a tariff wall, to drive the foreign bourgeoisie from this market by force, artificially raise prices, and by means of patriotic tricks of this sort to achieve success in the money-making arena. This was, and is, the aim of the nationalism of the Georgian bourgeoisie. Needless to say, to achieve this aim, strength was required, but only the proletariat possessed this strength. Only the proletariat could infuse life into the emasculated patriotism of the bourgeoisie. It was necessary to win over the proletariat, and so the National Democrats appeared on the scene. They spent a great deal of ammunition in the endeavor to refute scientific socialism, decried the Social Democrats and advised the Georgian proletarians to desert them, lauded the Georgian proletariat and urged it to strengthen in one way or another the Georgian bourgeoisie in the interests of the workers themselves. They pleaded incessantly with the Georgian proletarians, "Don't ruin Georgia, forget internal differences, make friends with the Georgian bourgeoisie," etc. But all in vain. The honeyed words of the bourgeois publicists failed to lull the Georgian proletariat. The merciless attacks of the Georgian Marxists and, particularly, the powerful class actions which welded Russian, Armenian, Georgian, and other proletarians into a single socialist force, dealt our bourgeois nationalists a crushing blow and drove them from the battlefield. Since our fugitive patriots were unable to assimilate socialist views, they were obliged, in order to 34. Rehabilitate their tarnished names, at least to change their color, at least to deck themselves in socialist garb. And indeed, an illegal bourgeois nationalist socialist, if you please, organ suddenly appeared on the scene, THIRD-WORLDISM 5. That was how they wanted to seduce the Georgian workers. But it was too late. The Georgian workers had learned to distinguish between black and white. They easily guessed that the bourgeois nationalists had changed only the color but not the substance of their views, that THIRD-WORLDISM was socialist only in name. They realized this and made a laughingstock of these saviors of Georgia. The hopes of the Don Quixotes of THIRD-WORLDISM were dashed to the ground. On the other hand, our economic development is gradually building a bridge between the advanced circles of the Georgian bourgeoisie and Russia. It is connecting these circles with Russia both economically and politically, thereby cutting the ground from under the feet of already tottering bourgeois nationalism. This is another blow to bourgeois nationalism. A new class has entered the arena, the proletariat, and, with it, a new national question has arisen, the national question of the proletariat. And the national question raised by the proletariat differs from the national question of the nobility and of the bourgeoisie to the same degree that the proletariat differs from the nobility and the bourgeoisie. Let us now discuss this nationalism. What is the social democratic view of the national question? The proletariat of all Russia began to talk about the struggle long ago. As we know, the goal of every struggle 35 is victory. But if the proletariat is to achieve victory, all the workers, irrespective of nationality, must be united. Clearly, the demolition of national barriers and close unity between the Russian, Georgian, Armenian, Polish, Jewish, and other proletarians is a necessary condition for the victory of the proletariat of all Russia. That is in the interests of the proletariat of all Russia. But the Russian autocracy, the bitterest enemy of the proletariat of all Russia, is constantly counteracting the efforts to unite the proletarians. It brutally persecutes the national cultures, the languages, customs, and institutions of the alien nationalities in Russia. It deprives them of their essential civil rights, oppresses them in every way, hypocritically sows distrust and hostility among them, and incites them to bloody collisions. This shows that its sole object is to sow discord among the nations that inhabit Russia, to intensify national strife among them, to reinforce national barriers in order more successfully to disunite the proletarians, more successfully to split the entire proletariat of Russia into small national groups and in this way bury the class consciousness of the workers, their class unity. That is in the interests of Russian reaction, such is the policy of the Russian autocracy. Obviously, sooner or later, the interests of the proletariat of all Russia inevitably had to come into collision with the Tsarist autocracy's reactionary policy. That is what actually happened and what brought up the national question in the social democratic movement. 36. How are the national barriers that have been raised between the nations to be demolished? How is national isolation to be eliminated in order to draw the proletarians of all Russia closer together and to unite them more closely? That is the substance of the national question in the social democratic movement. Divide up into separate national parties and establish a loose federation of these parties, answer the Federalist Social Democrats. That is just what the Armenian Social Democratic Labor Organization 6 is talking about all the time. As you see, we are advised not to unite into one all-Russian party with a single directing center, but to divide up into several parties with several directing centers, all in order to strengthen class unity. We want to draw together the proletarians of the different nations. What should we do? Divide the proletarians from one another and you will achieve your aim. Answer the Federalist Social Democrats. We want to unite the proletarians in one party. What should we do? Split up the proletarians of all Russia into separate parties and you will achieve your aim. Answer the Federalist Social Democrats. We want to demolish national barriers. What measures shall we take? Reinforce the national barriers with organizational barriers and you will achieve your aim. They reply. And all this advice is offered to us, the proletarians of all Russia, who are fighting under the same political conditions, and against a common enemy. In short, we are told, act so as to please your enemies and bury your common goal with your own hands. 37. But let us agree with the Federalist Social Democrats for a moment, let us follow them and see where they will lead us. It has been said, pursue the liar to the threshold of the lie. Let us assume that we have taken the advice of our Federalists and have formed separate national parties. What would be the results? This is not difficult to see. Hitherto, while we were centralists, we concentrated our attention mainly on the common conditions of the proletarians, on the unity of their interests, and spoke of their national distinctions only in so far as these did not contradict their common interests. Hitherto, our major question was, in what way do the proletarians of the different nationalities of Russia resemble each other, what have they in common? For our object was to build a single centralist party of the workers of the whole of Russia on the basis of these common interests. Now that we have become federalists, our attention is engaged by a different major question, namely, in what way do the proletarians of the different nationalities of Russia differ from one another, what are the distinctions between them, for our object is to build separate national parties on the basis of national distinctions. Thus, national distinctions, which are of minor importance for the centralist, become, for the federalist, the foundation of national parties. If we follow this path further, we shall, sooner or later, be obliged to conclude that the national and, perhaps, some other distinctions of, say, the Armenian proletarians are the same as those of the Armenian bourgeoisie, that the Armenian proletarian and the Armenian 38. bourgeois have the same customs and character, that they constitute one people, one indivisible nation. Asterisk from this, it is not a far cry to common ground for joint action, on which the bourgeois and the proletarian must stand and join hands as members of the same nation. The hypocritical policy of the autocratic Tsar may appear as additional proof in support of such friendship. Asterisk, the Armenian Social Democratic Labor Organization has just taken this laudable step. In its manifesto it emphatically declares that the proletariat cannot be separated from society, the united proletariat must be the most intelligent and the strongest organ of the Armenian people, that the Armenian proletariat, united in a socialist party, must strive to mold Armenian social opinion, that the Armenian proletariat will be a true son of its tribe, etc. In the first place, it is difficult to see why the Armenian proletariat cannot be separated from Armenian society, when actually the separation is taking place at every step. Did not the United Armenian Proletariat separate from Armenian society when, in 1900, it declared war against the Armenian bourgeoisie and bourgeois-minded Armenians? What is the Armenian Social Democratic Labor Organization itself, if not a class organization of Armenian proletarians who have separated from the other classes in Armenian society? Or, perhaps the Armenian Social Democratic Labor Organization is an organization that represents all classes? And can the militant Armenian proletariat confine itself to molding Armenian social opinion? Is it not its duty to march forward, to declare war upon this social opinion, which is bourgeois through and through, and to infuse a revolutionary spirit into it? The facts say that it is its duty to do so. That being the case, it is self-evident that the manifesto should have drawn its readers' attention not to molding social opinion, but to the struggle against it, to the 39. Whereas talk about class antagonisms may appear as misplaced doctrinarism. And then somebody's poetic fingers will more boldly touch the narrow national strings that still exist in the hearts of the proletarians of the different nationalities in Russia and make them sound in the proper key. Credit will be granted. Necessity of revolutionizing it, that would have been a more correct description of the duties of the socialist proletariat. And, lastly, can the Armenian proletariat be a true son of its tribe, if one section of this tribe, the Armenian bourgeoisie, sucks its blood like a vampire, and another section, the Armenian clergy, in addition to sucking the blood of the workers, is systematically engaged in corrupting their minds? All these questions are plain and inevitable, if we look at things from the standpoint of the class struggle. But the authors of the manifesto fail to see these questions, because they look at things from the federalist nationalistic standpoint they have borrowed from the Bund. 7. In general, it seems as though the authors of the manifesto have set out to ape the Bund in all things. In their manifesto they also introduced Clause 2 of the resolution of the 5th Congress of the Bund's position in the party. They describe the Armenian Social Democratic Labor Organization as the sole champion of the interests of the Armenian proletariat. The authors of the manifesto have forgotten that for several years now the Caucasian committees of our Party 8 have been regarded as the representatives of the Armenian proletarians in the Caucasus, that they are developing class consciousness in them by means of oral and printed propaganda and agitation in the Armenian language, and are guiding them in their struggle, etc., whereas the Armenian Social Democratic Labor Organization came into being only the other day. They have forgotten all this and, no doubt, will forget many other things for the sake of faithfully copying the Bund's organizational and political views. 40. To chauvinistic humbug, friends will be taken for enemies, enemies for friends, confusion will ensue, and the class consciousness of the proletariat of all Russia will wane. Thus, thanks to the Federalists, instead of breaking down the national barriers we shall reinforce them with organizational barriers. Instead of stimulating the class consciousness of the proletariat we shall stultify it and subject it to a dangerous strain. And the autocratic Tsar will rejoice in his heart, for he would never have obtained such unpaid assistance as we would be for him. Is that, then, what we have been striving for? And, lastly, at a time when we need a single, flexible, centralist party, whose central committee should be able to rouse the workers of the whole of Russia at a moment's notice and lead them in a decisive onslaught upon the autocracy and the bourgeoisie, we are offered a monstrous federal league broken up into separate parties. Instead of a sharp weapon, they hand us a rusty one and assure us, with this you will more speedily wipe out your mortal enemies. That is where the Federalist Social Democrats are leading us. But since our aim is not to reinforce national barriers, but to break them down, since we need not a rusty, but a sharp weapon to uproot existing injustice, since we want to give the enemy cause not for rejoicing but for lamentation, and want to make him bite the dust, it is obviously our duty to turn our backs on the Federalists and find a better means of solving the national question. 41. 2. So far we have discussed the way the national question should not be solved. Let us now discuss the way this question should be solved, i.e., the way it has been solved by the Social Democratic Labour Party. To begin with, we must bear in mind that the Social Democratic Party, which functions in Russia, called itself Rossiyskaya. Obviously, by this it wanted to convey to us that it will gather under its banner not only Russian proletarians, but the proletarians of all the nationalities in Russia, and, consequently, that it will do everything to break down the national barriers that have been raised to separate them. Further, our party has dispelled the fog which enveloped the national question and which lent it an air of mystery. It has divided this question into its separate elements, has lent each element the character of a class demand, and has expounded them in its program in the form of separate clauses. Thereby it has clearly shown us that, taken by themselves, the so-called national interests and national demands are of no particular value, that these interests and demands deserve our attention only in so far as they stimulate, or can stimulate, the proletariat's class consciousness, its class development. It will not be amiss to point out that the following is a comment on the clauses of our party program which deal with the national question. The adjective Rossiyskaya was applied to the whole land of Russia with all its different nationalities. Russkaya applies more specifically to the Russian people. In English both are rendered by the word Russian tr. 42. The Russian Social Democratic Labour Party has thereby clearly mapped the path it has chosen and the position it has taken in solving the national question. What are the elements of the national question? What do Messieurs the Federalist Social Democrats demand? 1. Civil equality for the nationalities in Russia. You are disturbed by the civil inequality that prevails in Russia? You want to restore to the nationalities in Russia the civil rights taken away by the government, and therefore you demand civil equality for these nationalities. But are we opposed to this demand? We are perfectly aware of the great importance of civil rights for the proletarians. Civil rights are a weapon in the struggle. To take away civil rights means taking away a weapon, and who does not know that unarmed proletarians cannot fight well? It is necessary for the proletariat of all Russia, however, that the proletarians of all the nationalities inhabiting Russia should fight well, for, the better these proletarians fight, the greater will be their class consciousness, and the greater their class consciousness, the closer will be the class unity of the proletariat of all Russia. Yes, we know all this, and that is why we are fighting, and will go on fighting with all our might, for the civil equality of the nationalities in Russia. Read Clause 7 of our party program, where the party speaks of complete equality of rights for all citizens, irrespective of sex, religion, race, or nationality, and you will see that the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party sets out to achieve these demands. What else do the Federalist Social Democrats demand? 43. 2. Freedom of language for the nationalities in Russia. You are disturbed by the fact that the proletarians of the alien nationalities in Russia are practically forbidden to receive education in their own languages, or to speak their own languages in public, state, and other institutions. Yes, it is something to be disturbed about. Language is an instrument of development and struggle. Different nations have different languages. The interests of the proletariat of all Russia demand that the proletarians of the different nationalities inhabiting Russia shall have full right to use the language in which it is easiest for them to receive education, in which they can best oppose their enemies at meetings or in public, state, and other institutions. That language is the native language. They ask, can we keep silent when the proletarians of the alien nationalities are deprived of their native language? Well, and what does our party program say to the proletariat of all Russia on this point? Read Clause 8 of our party program, in which our party demands the right of the population to receive education in their native languages, this right to be ensured by the establishment of schools for this purpose at the expense of the state and of local government bodies, the right of every citizen to speak at meetings in his native language, the introduction of the native language on a par with the official state language in all local public and state institutions. Read all this, and you will see that the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party sets out to achieve this demand as well. What else do the Federalist Social Democrats demand? 44. 3. Self-government for the nationalities in Russia. By that you want to say that the same laws cannot be applied in the same way in the various localities of the Russian state which differ from one another in specific conditions of life and composition of the population? You want these localities to have the right to adapt the general laws of the state to their own specific conditions. If that is the case, if that is what you mean by your demand, you should formulate it properly, you should dispel the nationalistic fog and confusion and call a spade a spade. And if you follow this advice you will see for yourselves that we have no objection to such a demand. We have no doubt at all that the various localities of the Russian state which differ from one another in specific conditions of life and composition of the population, cannot all apply the state constitution in the same way, that such localities must be granted the right to put into effect the general state constitution in such a way as will benefit them most and contribute to the fuller development of the political forces of the people. This is in the class interests of the proletariat of all Russia. And if you reread Clause 3 of our party program, in which our party demands wide local self-government, regional self-government for those localities which are differentiated by their special conditions of life and the composition of their population, you will see that the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party first dispelled the nationalistic fog which enveloped this demand and then set out to achieve it. 4. You point to the Tsarist autocracy, which is brutally persecuting the national culture of the alien nationalities in Russia, which is violently interfering. 45. In their internal life and oppressing them in every way, which has barbarously destroyed the cultural institutions of the Finns, has robbed Armenia of her national property, etc. You demand guarantees against the robber violence of the autocracy? But are we blind to the violence which the Tsarist autocracy is perpetrating? And have we not always fought against this violence? Everyone today clearly sees how the present Russian government oppresses and strangles the alien nationalities which inhabit Russia. It is also beyond all doubt that this policy of the government is day after day corrupting the class consciousness of the all-Russian proletariat and exposing it to a dangerous strain. Consequently, we shall always and everywhere fight the Tsarist government's corrupting policy. Consequently, we shall always and everywhere defend against the autocracy's police violence not only the useful, but even the useless institutions of these nationalities, for the interests of the proletariat of all Russia suggest to us that only the nationalities themselves have the right to abolish or develop this or that aspect of their national culture. But read Clause 9 of our program. Is not this the purport of Clause 9 of our party program, which, incidentally, has caused much argument among both our enemies and our friends? But here we are interrupted with the advice to stop talking about Clause 9. But why? We ask. Because, we are told, this clause of our program fundamentally contradicts clauses 3, 7, and 8 of the same program, because, if the nationalities are granted the right to arrange all their national affairs according to their own will, there should be no room in this 46. program for clauses 3, 7, and 8, and, vice versa, if these clauses are left in the program, Clause 9 must certainly be deleted from the program. Undoubtedly, ** means something of the same sort when it asks with its characteristic levity, where is the logic in saying to a nation, I grant you regional self-government, and reminding it at the same time that it has the right to arrange all its national affairs as it sees fit. Obviously, a logical contradiction has crept into the program. Obviously, one or several clauses must be deleted from the program if this contradiction is to be eliminated. Yes, this must certainly be done, for, as you see, logic itself is protesting through the medium of the illogical **. This calls to mind an ancient parable. Once upon a time there lived a learned anatomist. He possessed everything a real anatomist requires, a degree, an operating room, instruments, and inordinate pretensions. He lacked only one minor detail knowledge of anatomy. One day he was asked to explain the connection between the various parts of a skeleton that were lying scattered on his anatomical table. This gave our celebrated savant an opportunity to show off his skill. With great pomp and solemnity he set to work. Alas and alack, the savant did not know even the ABC of anatomy and was entirely at a loss as to how the parts should be put together so as to produce a complete skeleton. We are referring here to THIRD-WORLDISM for the sole purpose of better explaining the contents of Clause 9. The object of the present article is to criticize the Federalist Social Democrats, and not the THIRD-WORLDists, who differ radically from the former. They must be deleted. But I do not want to make fun of THIRD-WORLD, which is a laughing stock already, as the saying goes, don't hit a man when he is down. On the contrary, I am even prepared to help it and explain our program to it, but on condition that 1, it confesses its ignorance, 2, listens to me with attention, and 3, keeps on good terms with logic. The point is as follows. Clauses 3, 7, and 8 of our program arose out of the idea of political centralism. I deem it necessary to inform the readers that from its very first issue THIRD-WORLD declared war upon logic as fetters which must be combated. No attention need be paid to the fact that THIRD-WORLD often speaks in the name of logic. It does so only because of its characteristic levity and forgetfulness. 48. When inserting these clauses in its program, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party was guided by the consideration that what is called the final solution of the national question, i.e., the emancipation of the alien nationalities in Russia, is, speaking generally, impossible so long as the bourgeoisie retains political power. There are 2 reasons for this. First, present-day economic development is gradually building a bridge between the alien nationalities and Russia. It is creating increasing intercourse between them, and thereby engendering friendly feeling among the leading circles of the bourgeoisie of these nationalities, thus removing the ground for their national emancipation aspirations. Second, speaking generally, the proletariat will not support the so-called national emancipation movement. 4. Up till now, every such movement has been conducted in the interests of the bourgeoisie, and has corrupted and crippled the class consciousness of the proletariat. These considerations gave rise to the idea of political centralism, on which clauses 3, 7, and 8 of our party program are based. But this, as has been said above, is the general view. It does not, however, preclude the possibility that economic and political conditions may arise under which the advanced bourgeois circles among the alien nationalities will want national emancipation. It may also happen that such a movement will prove to be favorable for the development of the class consciousness of the proletariat. How should our party act in such cases? It is precisely with such possible cases in view that Clause 9 was included in our program. It is precisely in 49. Anticipation of such possible circumstances that the nationalities are accorded a right which will prompt them to strive to arrange their national affairs in accordance with their own wishes. Our party, the party whose aim is to lead the militant proletariat of the whole of Russia, must be prepared for such contingencies in the life of the proletariat and, accordingly, had to insert such a clause in its program. That is how every prudent, far-sighted party ought to act. It seems, however, that this interpretation of Clause 9 fails to satisfy the savants of THIRD-WORLD, and also some of the Federalist Social Democrats. They demand a precise and straightforward answer to the question, is national independence advantageous or disadvantageous to the proletariat? This reminds me of the Russian metaphysicians of the 50s of the last century who pestered the dialecticians of those days with the question, is rain good or bad for the crops? And demanded a precise answer. It was not difficult for the dialecticians to prove that this way of presenting the question was totally unscientific, that such questions must be answered differently at different times, that during a drought rain is beneficial, whereas in a rainy season more rain is useless and even harmful, and that, consequently, to demand a precise answer to such a question is obviously stupid. See the article by Old Revolutionary in THIRD-WORLD, number 9. 50. But THIRD-WORLD has learned nothing from such examples. Bernstein's followers demanded of the Marxists an equally precise answer to the question, are cooperatives useful or harmful to the proletariat? It was not difficult for the Marxists to prove that this way of presenting the question was pointless. They explained very simply that everything depends on time and place, that where the class consciousness of the proletariat has reached the proper level of development and the proletarians are united in a single, strong political party, cooperatives may be of great benefit to the proletariat, if the party itself undertakes to organize and direct them. On the other hand, where these conditions are lacking, the cooperatives are harmful to the proletariat, for they breed small shopkeeper tendencies and craft insularity among the workers, and thereby corrupt their class consciousness. But the THIRD-WORLDists have learned nothing even from this example. They demand more insistently than ever, is national independence useful or harmful to the proletariat? Give us a precise answer. But we see that the circumstances which may give rise to and develop a national emancipation movement among the bourgeoisie of the alien nationalities do not yet exist, nor, for that matter, are they really inevitable in the future. We have only assumed them as a possibility. Furthermore, it is impossible to tell at present what the level of the class consciousness of the proletariat will be at that particular moment, and to what extent this movement will then be useful or harm. 51. Full to the proletariat. Hence, we may ask, on what basis can one build a precise answer to this question? From what premises can it be deduced? And is it not stupid to demand a precise answer under such circumstances? Obviously, we must leave it to the alien nationalities to decide that question themselves. Our task is to win for them the right to do so. Let the nationalities themselves decide, when this question faces them, whether national independence is useful or harmful to them, and, if useful, in what form to exercise it. They alone can decide this question. Thus, Clause 9 grants the alien nationalities the right to arrange their national affairs in accordance with their own wishes. And that same clause imposes on us the duty to see to it that the wishes of these nationalities are really social democratic, that these wishes spring from the class interests of the proletariat, and for this we must educate the proletarians of these nationalities in the social democratic spirit, subject some of their reactionary national habits, customs, and institutions to stern social democratic criticism which, however, will not prevent us from defending these habits, customs and institutions against police violence. Such is the underlying idea of Clause 9. It is easy to see what a profound logical connection there is between this clause of our program and the principles of the proletarian class struggle. And since our Messrs the THIRD-WORLDists always build their demands on sand and cannot conceive of people who are capable of finding firmer ground for their demands. 52. Entire program is built on these principles. The logical connection between Clause 9 and all the other clauses of our party program is self-evident. It is precisely because dull-witted THIRD-WORLD cannot assimilate such simple ideas that it is styled a wise organ of the press. What else remains of the national question? 5. Defense of the national spirit and its attributes. But what is this national spirit and its attributes? Science, through the medium of dialectical materialism, proved long ago that there is no such thing as a national spirit and that there cannot be. Has anyone refuted this view of dialectical materialism? History tells us that no one has refuted it. Hence, we must agree with this view of science, and, together with science, reiterate that there is no such thing as a national spirit, nor can there be. And since this is the case, since there is no such thing as a national spirit, it is self-evident that defense of what does not exist is a logical absurdity, which must inevitably lead to corresponding historical consequences. It is becoming only for THIRD-WORLD organ of the Revolutionary Party of Georgian Social Federalists * to utter such philosophical absurdities. That is how matters stand with the national question. As is evident, our party divided this question into several parts, distilled its vital juices from it, injected them into the veins of its program, and thereby showed how the national question should be solved in the Georgian Social Federalists. Yes, anarchists, who despise all politics heart and soul, social revolutionaries who worship politics, and the THIRD-WORLDists, who repudiate all terrorist and anarchist measures, and it turns out that this motley and mutually negating crowd united to form a party. As ideal a patchwork as anyone could ever imagine. Here's a place where one won't find it dull. Those organizers who assert that people must have common principles in order to unite in a party are mistaken. Not common principles, but absence of principles is the basis on which a party must be built, says this motley crowd. Down with theory and principles, they are only slaves' fetters. The sooner we free ourselves of them the better, philosophizes this motley crowd. And, indeed, the moment these people freed themselves of principles they forthwith, at one stroke, built a house of cards, I beg your pardon, the party of Georgian Social Federalists. So it turns out that 7 men and a boy can form a party at any time, whenever they get together. Can one refrain from laughing when these ignoramuses, these officers without an army, philosophies like this? The Russian Social Democratic Labor Party is anti-socialist, reactionary, etc. The Russian Social Democrats are chauvinists. The Caucasian Union of our party slavishly submits to the Central Committee of the party, etc. Nothing better could be expected of the archaeological fossils of the Bakunin era. The fruit is typical of the tree that bore it, goods are typical of the factory that produced them. Social democratic movement in such a way as to destroy national barriers to their foundations, while not departing from our principles for a moment. The question is, where is the need for separate national parties? Or, where is the social democratic basis, on which the organizational and political views of the Federalist Social Democrats are supposed to be built? No such basis is to be seen, it does not exist. The Federalist Social Democrats are floating in mid-air. They have 2 ways of getting out of this uncomfortable position. Either they must entirely abandon the standpoint of the revolutionary proletariat and accept the principle of reinforcing the national barriers, or they must renounce all federalism in party organization, boldly raise the banner of demolition of national barriers, and rally to the united camp of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Proletariat Sportzilla, No. 7, September 1, 1904, unsigned. What we need here now is Iskra 10, beginning with No. 63. We very much need Bunkbruyevika's 11 publications, The Fight for the Congress, To the Party, Our Misunderstandings, On the Quintessence of Socialism and on Strikes by Ryadovoy, Lenin's pamphlet against Rosa and Koskay, 13 Minutes of the Congress of the League, 14 One Step Forward 15. We need everything new that's published, from simple declarations to large pamphlets, which in any way deals with the struggle now going on within the party. I have read Galiurka's pamphlet Down with Bonapartism. It's not bad. It would have been better had he struck harder and deeper with his hammer. His jocular tone and pleas for mercy rob his blows of strength and weight, and spoil the reader's impression. These defects are all the more glaring for the reason that the author evidently understands our position well, and explains and elaborates certain questions excellently. A man who takes up our position must speak with a firm and 56. Determined voice. In this respect Lenin is a real mountain eagle. I have also read Plekhanov's articles in which he analyzes what is to be done. 16. This man has either gone quite off his head, or else is moved by hatred and enmity. I think both causes operate. I think that Plekhanov has fallen behind the new problems. He imagines he has the old opponents before him, and he goes on repeating in the old way, social consciousness is determined by social being, ideas do not drop from the skies. As if Lenin said that Marx's socialism would have been possible under slavery and serfdom. Even schoolboys know now that ideas do not drop from the skies. The point is, however, that we are now faced with quite a different issue. We assimilated this general formula long ago, and the time has now come to analyze this general problem. What interests us now is how separate ideas are worked up into a system of ideas, how separate ideas, and hints of ideas, link up into one harmonious system, the theory of socialism, and who works and links them up. Do the masses give their leaders a program and the principles underlying the program, or do the leaders give these to the masses? If the masses themselves and their spontaneous movement give us the theory of socialism, then there is no need to take the trouble to safeguard the masses from the pernicious influence of revisionism, terrorism, Zubatovism, and anarchism. The spontaneous movement engenders socialism from itself. If the spontaneous movement does not engender the theory of socialism from itself, then the latter is engendered outside of the 57. Spontaneous movement, from the observations and study of the spontaneous movement by men who are equipped with up-to-date knowledge. Hence, the theory of socialism is worked out quite independently of the growth of the spontaneous movement, in spite of that movement in fact, and is then introduced into that movement from outside, correcting it in conformity with its content, i.e., in conformity with the objective requirements of the proletarian class struggle. The conclusion to be drawn from this is as follows: we must raise the proletariat to a consciousness of its true class interests, to a consciousness of the socialist ideal, and not break this ideal up into small change, or adjust it to the spontaneous movement. Lenin has laid down the theoretical basis on which this practical deduction is built. It is enough to accept this theoretical premise and no opportunism will get anywhere near you. Herein lies the significance of Lenin's idea. I call it Lenin's, because nobody in Russian literature has expressed it with such clarity as Lenin. Plekhanov believes that he is still living in the 90s, and he goes on chewing what has already been chewed 18 times over twice to make 4. And he is not ashamed of having talked himself into repeating Martinov's ideas. You are no doubt familiar with the Declaration of the 22. There was a comrade here from your parts who took with him the resolutions of the Caucasian committees in favor of calling a special congress of the party. You are wrong in thinking that the situation is hopeless. Only the Kutaisi committee wavered, but I 58 succeeded in convincing them, and after that they began to swear by Bolshevism. It was not difficult to convince them. The two-faced policy of the Central Committee became obvious thanks to the declaration, and after fresh news was received, there could be no further doubt about it. It will break its neck, the local and Russian comrades will see to that. It has got everybody's back up. Written in September-October 1904. Published for the first time. Translated from the Georgian. I am late with this letter, don't be angry. I have been busy all the time. All that you sent I have received. I liked Ryadavoy's idea. The article against Rosa Luxemburg is also good. These ladies and gentlemen Rosa, Koskai, Plekhanov, Axelrod, Verazay Sulich and the others, being old acquaintances, have evidently worked out some kind of family tradition. They cannot betray one another. They defend one another as the members of a clan in a patriarchal tribe used to defend one another without going into the guilt or innocence of the kinsman. It is this family feeling, this feeling of kinship that has prevented Rosa from studying the crisis in the party objectively. Incidentally, this explains certain unseemly actions on the part of Plekhanov, Koskai, and others. Everybody here likes Bonka's publications as masterly expositions of the Bolsheviks' position. Galiurka 60. Would have done well if he had dealt with the substance of Plekhanov's articles. The fundamental idea in Galiurka's articles is that Plekhanov once said one thing and is now saying another, that he is contradicting himself. How very important! As if this were new. This is not the first time he is contradicting himself. He may even be proud of it and regard himself as the living embodiment of the dialectical process. It goes without saying that inconsistency is a blotch on the political physiognomy of a leader, and it should undoubtedly be noted. But that is not what we are discussing. We are discussing an important question of theory and of tactics. In my opinion, Galiurka should have shown that Plekhanov's theoretical war against Lenin is quixotic to the utmost degree, tilting at windmills, for in his pamphlet Lenin, with the utmost consistency, adheres to K. Marx's proposition concerning the origin of consciousness. And Plekhanov's war on the question of tactics is a manifestation of utter confusion, characteristic of the individual who is passing over to the camp of the opportunists. Had Plekhanov formulated the question clearly, for example, in the following shape: who formulates the program, the leaders, or the led, or, who raises whom to an understanding of the program, the leaders the led, or vice versa, or, perhaps it is undesirable that the leaders should raise the masses to an understanding of the program, tactics, and principles of organization. The simplicity and tautology of these questions provide their own solution, and had Plekhanov put 61. them to himself as clearly as this, he, perhaps, would have been deterred from his intention and would not have come out against Lenin with such fireworks. But since Plekhanov did not do that, i.e., since he confused the issue with phrases about heroes and the mob, he digressed in the direction of tactical opportunism. To confuse the issue is characteristic of opportunists. Had Galiurka dealt with the substance of these and similar questions, he would have done much better, in my opinion. Perhaps you will say that this is Lenin's busyness, but I cannot agree with this, because the views of Lenin that are criticized are not Lenin's private property, and their misinterpretation is a matter that concerns other members of the party no less than Lenin. Lenin, of course, could perform this task better than anybody else. We already have resolutions in favor of Banka's publications. Perhaps we shall have the money too. You have probably read the resolutions in favor of peace in number 74 of Iskra. The resolutions passed by the Imarishia Mingrelaya and Baku committees were not mentioned, because they said nothing about confidence in the CC. The September resolutions, as I wrote you, insistently demanded the convocation of the Congress. We shall see what happens, i.e., we shall see what the results of the meetings of the Party Council 17 show. Have you received the 6 rubles? You will receive some more within the next few days. Don't forget to send with that fellow the pamphlet A Letter to a Comrade 18. Many here have not yet read it. Send also the next number of the Social Democrat. 62. Kostrov 19 has sent us another letter in which he talks about the spiritual and the material. That ass doesn't realize that his audience are not the readers of Kvali. 20. What does he care about organizational questions? A new issue of the Proletarian Struggle 21 has appeared. Incidentally, it contains an article of mine against organizational and political federalism. 22. I'll send you a copy if I can. Written in October 1904. Published for the first time. Translated from the Georgian. The Proletarian Class. And the Proletarian Party. The time when people boldly proclaimed Russia, one and indivisible, has gone. Today even a child knows that there is no such thing as Russia one and indivisible, that Russia long ago split up into two opposite classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Today it is no secret to anyone that the struggle between these two classes has become the axis around which our contemporary life revolves. Nevertheless, until recently it was difficult to notice all this, the reason being that hitherto we saw only individual groups in the arena of the struggle, for it was only individual groups in individual towns and parts of the country that waged the struggle, while the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, as classes, were not easily discernible. But now towns and districts have united, various groups of the proletariat have joined hands, joint strikes and demonstrations have broken out, and before us has unfolded the magnificent picture of the struggle between the two Russias, bourgeois Russia and proletarian Russia. Two big armies have entered the arena, the army of proletarians and the army of 64. The bourgeoisie, and the struggle between these two armies embraces the whole of our social life. Since an army cannot operate without leaders, and since every army has a vanguard which marches at its head and lights up its path, it is obvious that with these armies there had to appear corresponding groups of leaders, corresponding parties, as they are usually called. Thus, the picture presents the following scene: on one side there is the bourgeois army, headed by the Liberal Party, on the other, there is the proletarian army, headed by the Social Democratic Party. Each army, in its class struggle, is led by its own party. We have mentioned all this in order to compare the proletarian party with the proletarian class, and thus briefly to bring out the general features of the party. The foregoing makes it sufficiently clear that the proletarian party, being a fighting group of leaders, must, firstly, be considerably smaller than the proletarian class with respect to membership. Secondly, it must be superior to the proletarian class with respect to its understanding and its experience, and, thirdly, it must be a united organization. In our opinion, what has been said needs no proof, for it is self-evident that, so long as the capitalist system exists, with its inevitably attendant poverty and backwardness of the masses, the proletariat as a whole cannot rise to the desired level of class consciousness, and, we do not mention the other parties in Russia, because there is no need to deal with them in examining the questions under discussion. 65. Consequently, there must be a group of class-conscious leaders to enlighten the proletarian army in the spirit of socialism, to unite and lead it in its struggle. It is also clear that a party which has set out to lead the fighting proletariat must not be a chance conglomeration of individuals, but a united centralist organization, so that its activities can be directed according to a single plan. Such, in brief, are the general features of our party. Bearing all this in mind, let us pass to the main question: whom can we call a party member? Paragraph 1 of the party rules, which is the subject of the present article, deals with precisely this question. And so, let us examine this question. Whom, then, can we call a member of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, i.e., what are the duties of a party member? Our party is a social democratic party. This means that it has its own program, its own tactics, and its own organizational principle. Unity of programmatic, tactical, and organizational views is the basis on which our party is built. Only the unity of these views can unite the party members in one centralist party. If unity of views collapses, the party collapses. Consequently, only one who fully accepts the party's program, tactics, and organizational principle can be called a party member. Only one who has adequately studied and has fully accepted our party's programmatic, tactical, and organizational views can be in the ranks of our party and, thereby, in the ranks of the leaders of the proletarian army. 66. But is it enough for a party member merely to accept the party's program, tactics, and organizational views? Can a person like that be regarded as a true leader of the proletarian army? Of course not. In the first place, everybody knows that there are plenty of windbags in the world who would readily accept the party's program, tactics, and organizational views, but who are incapable of being anything else than windbags. It would be a desecration of the party's holy of holies to call a windbag like that a party member. Moreover, our party is not a school of philosophy or a religious sect. Is not our party a fighting party? Since it is it not self-evident that our party will not be satisfied with a Platonic acceptance of its program, tactics, and organizational views, that it will undoubtedly demand that its members should apply the views they have accepted? Hence, whoever wants to be a member of our party cannot rest content with merely accepting our party's programmatic, tactical, and organizational views, but must set about applying these views, putting them into effect. But what does applying the party's views mean for a party member? When can he apply these views? Only when he is fighting, when he is marching with the whole party at the head of the proletarian army. Can the struggle be waged by solitary, scattered individuals? Certainly not. On the contrary, people first unite, first they organize, and only then do they go into battle. If that is not done, all struggle is fruitless. Clearly, then, the party members, too, will be able to fight and, consequently, apply the party's views, only if they unite in a compact organization. It is also clear that the more 67 compact the organization in which the party members unite, the better will they be able to fight, and, consequently, the more fully will they apply the party's program, tactics, and organizational views. It is not for nothing that our party is called an organization of leaders and not a conglomeration of individuals. And, if our party is an organization of leaders, it is obvious that only those can be regarded as members of this party, of this organization, who work in this organization and, therefore, deem it their duty to merge their wishes with the wishes of the party and to act in unison with the party. Hence, to be a party member one must apply the party's program, tactics, and organizational views. To apply the party's views one must fight for them, and to fight for these views one must work in a party organization, work in unison with the party. Clearly, to be a party member one must belong to one of the party organizations *. Only when we join one of the party organizations and thus merge our personal interests with the party's interests can we become party members, and, consequently, real leaders of the proletarian army. If our party is not a conglomeration of individual windbags, but an organization of leaders which, through its central committee, is worthily leading the proletarian army forward, then all that has been said above is self-evident. The following must also be noted. Up till now our party has resembled a hospitable patriarchal family, ready to take in all who sympathize. But now that our party has become a centralist organization, it has thrown off its patriarchal aspect and has become in all respects like a fortress, the gates of which are opened only to those who are worthy. And that is of great importance to us. At a time when the autocracy is trying to corrupt the class consciousness of the proletariat with trade unionism, nationalism, clericalism, and the like, and when, on the other hand, the liberal intelligentsia is persistently striving to kill the political independence of the proletariat and to impose its tutelage upon it, at such a time we must be extremely vigilant and never forget that our party is a fortress, the gates of which are opened only to those who have been tested. We have ascertained two essential conditions of party membership. If to these we add a third condition, namely, that a party member must render the party financial support, then we shall have all the conditions that give one right to the title of party member. Hence, a member of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party is one who accepts the program of this party, renders the party financial support, and works in one of the party organizations. 69. That is how paragraph 1 of the party rules, drafted by Comrade Lenin * was formulated. The formula, as you see, springs entirely from the view that our party is a centralist organization and not a conglomeration of individuals. Therein lies the supreme merit of this formula. But it appears that some comrades reject Lenin's formula on the grounds that it is narrow and inconvenient, and propose their own formula, which, it must be supposed, is neither narrow nor inconvenient. We are referring to Martov's formula, which we shall now analyze. Martov's formula is, a member of the RSDLP is one who accepts its program, supports the party financially and renders it regular personal assistance under the direction of one of its organizations. As you see, this formula omits the third essential condition of party membership, namely, the duty of party members to work in one of the party organizations. It appears that Martov regards this definite and essential condition as superfluous, and in his formula he has substituted for it the nebulous and dubious personal assistance under the direction of one of the party organizations. It appears, then, that one can be a member of the party without belonging to any party organization and without feeling obliged to submit to the party's will. Well, and how can the party regularly direct persons who do not belong to any party organization and, consequently, do not feel absolutely obliged to submit to party discipline? That is the question that shatters Martov's formula of paragraph 1 of the party rules, and it is answered in masterly fashion in Lenin's formula, inasmuch as the latter definitely stipulates that a third and indispensable condition of party membership is that one must work in a party organization. All we have to do is to throw out of Martov's formula the nebulous and meaningless personal assistance under the direction of one of the party organizations. With this condition eliminated, there remain only two conditions in Martov's formula, which, by themselves, are utterly worthless, since every windbag can accept the party program and support the party financially, but that does not in the least entitle him to party membership. A convenient formula, we must say. We say that real party members cannot possibly rest content with merely accepting the party program, but must without fail strive to apply the program they have accepted. Martov answers, "You are too strict, for it is not so very necessary for a party member to apply the program he has accepted, once he is willing to render the party financial support, and so forth. It looks as though Martov is sorry for certain windbag Social Democrats and does not want to close the party's doors to them. We say, further, that inasmuch as the application of the program entails fighting, and that it is impossible 71. To fight without unity, it is the duty of every prospective party member to join one of the party organizations, merge his wishes with those of the party and, in unison with the party, lead the fighting proletarian army, i.e., he must organize in the well-formed detachments of a centralist party. To this Martov answers, it is not so very necessary for party members to organize in well-formed detachments, to unite in organizations, fighting single-handed is good enough. What, then, is our party? We ask. A chance conglomeration of individuals, or a united organization of leaders? And if it is an organization of leaders, can we regard as a member one who does not belong to it and, consequently, does not consider it his bounden duty to submit to its discipline? Martov answers that the party is not an organization, or, rather, that the party is an unorganized organization. Evidently, in Martov's opinion, our party is not a centralist organization, but a conglomeration of local organizations and individual social democrats who have accepted our party program, etc. But if our party is not a centralist organization, it will not be a fortress, the gates of which can be opened only for those who have been tested. And, indeed, to Martov, as is evident from his formula, the party is not a fortress but a banquet, which every sympathizer can freely attend. A little knowledge, an equal amount of sympathy, a little financial support, and there you have full right to count as a party member. Don't listen, cries Martov to cheer up the frightened party members. Don't listen to those people who maintain that a party member must belong to one of the party organizations and thus subordinate his wishes to the wishes of the party. In the first place, it is hard for a man to accept these conditions. It is no joke to subordinate one's wishes to those of the party. And, secondly, as I have already pointed out in my explanation, the opinion of those people is mistaken. And so, gentlemen, you are welcome to the banquet. It looks as though Martov is sorry for certain professors and high school students who are loath to subordinate their wishes to the wishes of the party, and so he is forcing a breach in our party fortress through which these estimable gentlemen may smuggle into our party. He is opening the door to opportunism, and this at a time when thousands of enemies are assailing the class consciousness of the proletariat. But that is not all. The point is that Martov's dubious formula makes it possible for opportunism to arise in our party from another side. Martov's formula, as we know, refers only to the acceptance of the program. About tactics and organization it contains not a word, and yet, unity of organizational and tactical views is no less essential for party unity than unity of programmatic views. We may be told that nothing is said about this even in Comrade Lenin's formula. True, but there is no need to say anything about it in Comrade Lenin's formula. Is it not self-evident that one who works in a party organization and, consequently, fights in unison with the party and submits to party discipline, cannot pursue tactics and organizational principles other than the party's tactics and the party's organizational principles? But what would you say of a Party 73 member who has accepted the party program, but does not belong to any party organization? What guarantee is there that such a member's tactics and organizational views will be those of the party and not some other? That is what Martov's formula fails to explain. As a result of Martov's formula we would have a queer party, whose members subscribe to the same program, but differ in their tactical and organizational views. What ideal variety! In what way will our party differ from a banquet? There is just one question we should like to ask: what are we to do with the ideological and practical centralism that was handed down to us by the Second Party Congress and which is radically contradicted by Martov's formula? Throw it overboard? If it comes to making a choice, it will undoubtedly be more correct to throw Martov's formula overboard. Such is the absurd formula Martov presents to us in opposition to Comrade Lenin's formula. We are of the opinion that the decision of the Second Party Congress, which adopted Martov's formula, was the result of thoughtlessness, and we hope that the Third Party Congress will not fail to rectify the blunder of the Second Congress and adopt Comrade Lenin's formula. We shall briefly recapitulate. The proletarian army entered the arena of the struggle. Since every army must have a vanguard, this army also had to have such a vanguard. Hence the appearance of a group of proletarian leaders, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. As the vanguard of a definite army, this party must, firstly, be armed with its own program, tactics, and organizational principle, and, secondly, it must be a united. 74. Organization. To the question who can be called a member of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, this party can have only one answer: one who accepts the party program, supports the party financially and works in one of the party organizations. It is this obvious truth that Comrade Lenin has expressed in his splendid formula. Proletariatis Bordzilla, No. 8, January 1, 1905, unsigned. Translated from the Georgian. Workers of the Caucasus. It is time to take revenge. The Tsar's battalions are dwindling, the Tsar's navy is perishing, and now Port Arthur has shamefully surrendered. Thus the senile decrepitude of the Tsarist autocracy is once again revealed. Inadequate food and the absence of any kind of sanitary measures whatsoever, are causing infectious diseases to spread among the troops. These unbearable conditions are still further aggravated by the absence of anything like decent housing and clothing. Worn and weary, the soldiers are dying like flies. And this is after tens of thousands have been killed by bullets. All this is causing unrest and discontent among the troops. The soldiers are awakening from their torpor, they are beginning to feel that they are human, they no longer blindly obey the orders of their superiors, and often greet their upstart officers with whistling and threats. This is what an officer writes to us from the Far East. I did a foolish thing. On the insistence of my superior, I recently delivered a speech to the men. No sooner did I begin to talk about the necessity of standing fast for Tsar and country than the air was filled with whistling, curses, and threats. I hastened to put the greatest possible distance between myself and the infuriated mob. 76. Such is the situation in the Far East. Add to this the unrest among the reservists in Russia, their revolutionary demonstrations in Odessa, Yekaterinoslav, Kursk, Penza, and other cities, and the protests of the new recruits in Guria, Imerishia, Kartalinia, and in South and North Russia. Note that the demonstrators are undaunted either by prison or bullets, and you will easily understand what the Russian soldiers are thinking. The Tsarist autocracy is losing its main prop, its reliable troops. On the other hand, the Tsar's treasury is becoming more depleted every day. Defeat follows defeat. The Tsarist government is gradually losing the confidence of foreign states. It is barely able to obtain the money it needs, and the time is not far distant when it will be deprived of all credit. Who will pay us when you are overthrown, and your fall is undoubtedly imminent? Such is the answer that is given to the utterly discredited Tsarist government. And the people, the dispossessed, starving people, what can they give the Tsarist government when they have nothing to eat themselves? And so, the Tsarist autocracy is losing its second main prop, its rich treasury, and credit which keeps it filled. Meanwhile, the industrial crisis is becoming more acute every day. Factories and mills are closing down and millions of workers are demanding bread and work. Hunger is afflicting the tormented poor of the countryside with renewed force. The waves of popular anger rise higher and higher and dash against the Tsarist throne. 77. With increasing force, shaking the decrepit Tsarist autocracy to its foundations. The besieged Tsarist autocracy is casting its old skin like a snake, and while discontented Russia is preparing to launch a decisive assault, it is putting aside its whip and, disguising itself in sheep's clothing, is proclaiming a policy of conciliation. Do you hear, comrades? It is asking us to forget the swish of whips and the whiz of bullets, the hundreds of our hero comrades who have been killed, their glorious shades which are hovering around us and whispering to us, avenge us. The autocracy is brazenly offering us its blood-stained hands and is counseling conciliation. It has published some sort of an imperial ukase 23 in which it promises us some sort of freedom. The old brigands. They think they can feed the millions of starving Russian proletarians with words. They hope with words to satisfy the many millions of impoverished and tormented peasants. With promises they would drown the weeping of bereaved families victims of the war. Miserable wretches. They are the drowning clutching at a straw. Yes, comrades, the throne of the Tsarist government is being shaken to its foundations. The government which is using the taxes it has squeezed out of us to pay our executioners, ministers, governors, uyezd chiefs and prison chiefs, police officers, gendarmes and spies, the government which is compelling the soldiers torn from our midst, our brothers and sons, to shed our blood, the government which is doing all in its power to support the landlords and employers in their daily struggle. 78. Against us, the government which has bound us hand and foot and has reduced us to the position of rightless slaves, the government which has brutally trampled upon and mocked at our human dignity, our holy of holies. It is this government which is tottering and feeling the ground slipping from under its feet. It is time to take revenge. It is time to avenge our valiant comrades who were brutally murdered by the Tsar's Bolsheviks in Yaroslavl, Dombrowa, Riga, St. Petersburg, Moscow, Batum, Tiflis, Zlatist, Tikhoreskia, Mikhailovo, Kishinev, Gomel, Yakutsk, Guria, Baku, and other places. It is time to call the government to book for the tens of thousands of innocent and unfortunate men who have perished on the battlefield in the Far East. It is time to dry the tears of their wives and children. It is time to call the government to book for the suffering and humiliation, for the shameful chains in which it has kept us for so long. It is time to put an end to the Tsarist government and to clear the road for ourselves to the socialist system. It is time to destroy the Tsarist government. And we will destroy it. In vain are messieurs the liberals trying to save the tottering throne of the Tsar. In vain are they stretching out a helping hand to the Tsar. They are begging for charity from him and trying to win his favor for their draft Constitution 24 so as, by means of petty reforms, to lay a road for themselves to political domination, to transform the Tsar into their instrument, to substitute the autocracy of the bourgeoisie for the autocracy of the Tsar, and then systematically to strangle the proletariat and the peasantry. But in vain. It is already too 79. Late. Messieurs liberals. Look around and see what the Tsarist government has given you. Examine its imperial ukase, a tiny bit of freedom for rural and urban institutions, a tiny guarantee against restriction of the rights of private persons, a tiny bit of freedom of the printed word, and a big warning about the unfailing preservation of the inviolability of the fundamental laws of the empire, about taking effective measures to preserve the full force of the law, a most important pillar of the throne in the autocratic state. Well, you had barely time to digest the ridiculous order of the ridiculous Tsar when warnings began to pour down upon the newspapers like hail, a series of gendarme and police raids commenced, and even peaceful banquets were prohibited. The Tsarist government itself took care to prove that in its miserly promises it would go no further than mere words. On the other hand, the outraged masses of the people are preparing for revolution and not for conciliation with the Tsar. They stubbornly adhere to the proverb, only the grave can straighten the hunchback. Yes, gentlemen, vain are your efforts. The Russian Revolution is inevitable. It is as inevitable as the rising of the sun. Can you prevent the sun from rising? The main force in this revolution is the urban and rural proletariat. Its banner-bearer is the Social Democratic Labour Party, and not you, messieurs liberals. Why do you forget this obvious trifle? The storm, the harbinger of the dawn, is already rising. Only yesterday, or the day before, the proletariat of the Caucasus, from Baku to Batum, unanimously expressed its contempt for the Tsarist autocracy. There. 80. Can be no doubt that this glorious effort of the Caucasian proletarians will not fail to have its effect on the proletarians in other parts of Russia. Read also the innumerable resolutions passed by workers expressing profound contempt for the Tsarist government. Listen to the low but powerful murmuring in the countryside and you will convince yourselves that Russia is a loaded gun with the hammer cocked ready to go off at the slightest shock. Yes, comrades, the time is not far distant when the Russian Revolution will hoist sail and sweep from the face of the earth the vile throne of the despicable Tsar. Our vital duty is to be ready for that moment. Let us prepare then, comrades. Let us sow the good seed among the broad masses of the proletariat. Let us stretch out our hands to one another and rally around the party committees. We must not forget for a moment that only the party committees can worthily lead us, only they will light up our road to the promised land called the socialist world. The party which has opened our eyes and has pointed out our enemies to us, which has organized us in a formidable army and has led us to fight our foes, which has stood by us amidst joy and sorrow and has always marched ahead of us is the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. It, and it alone, will lead us in future. A constituent assembly elected on the basis of universal, equal, direct, and secret suffrage, this is what we must fight for now. Only such an assembly will give us the democratic republic which we need so urgently in our struggle for socialism. 81. Forward then, comrades. When the Tsarist autocracy is tottering, our duty is to prepare for the decisive assault. It is time to take revenge. Down with the Tsarist autocracy. Long live the Popular Constituent Assembly. Long live the Democratic Republic. Long live the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. January 1905. Reproduced from the manifesto printed on January 8, 1905 at the underground printing plant of the Caucasian Union of the RSDLP. Signed, Union Committee. Long live International Fraternity. Citizens. The revolutionary proletarian movement is growing and national barriers are collapsing. The proletarians of the different nationalities in Russia are uniting in a single international army. The individual streams of the proletarian movement are merging in one general revolutionary flood. The waves of this flood are rising higher and dashing against the Tsarist throne with increasing force, and the decrepit Tsarist government is tottering. Neither prisons nor penal servitude, nor gallows, nothing can stop the proletarian movement. It is continuously growing. And so, to bolster up its throne, the Tsarist government is inventing new methods. It is sowing enmity among the nationalities of Russia, it is inciting them against one another, it is trying to break up the general proletarian movement into petty movements and to incite them against one another, it is organizing pogroms against the Jews, Armenians, etc. And the purpose of all this is to separate the nationalities of Russia from one another by means of fratricidal war and, by enfeebling them, to vanquish them one by one without difficulty. Long live International Fraternity. 83. Divide and rule, such is the policy of the Tsarist government. That is what it is doing in the cities of Russia, and it is doing the same in the Caucasus. What infamy! It is buttressing its despicable throne with the blood and the corpses of citizens. The groans of the dying Armenians and Tatars in Baku, the tears of wives, mothers, and children, the blood, the innocent blood of honest but unenlightened citizens, the frightened faces of fugitive, defenseless people fleeing from death, wrecked homes, looted shops, and the frightful, unceasing whiz of bullets, that is what the Tsar, the murderer of honest citizens, is bolstering up his throne with. Yes, citizens. It is they, the agents of the Tsarist government, who incited the politically unenlightened among the Tatars against the peaceful Armenians. It is they, the flunkies of the Tsarist government, who distributed arms and ammunition among them, disguised policemen and Cossacks in Tatar clothing, and hurled them against the Armenians. For 2 months, they, the servants of the Tsar, prepared this fratricidal war, and at last they achieved their barbarous object. Curses and death on the head of the Tsarist government. Now these miserable slaves of the miserable Tsar are trying to foment a fratricidal war among us, here in Tiflis. They are demanding your blood, they want to divide and rule over you. But be vigilant, you Armenians, Tatars, Georgians and Russians. Stretch out your hands to one another, unite more closely, and to the attempts of the government to divide you answer unanimously, down with the Tsarist government. Long live the fraternity of the peoples. 84. Stretch out your hands to one another and, having united, rally around the proletariat, the real gravedigger of the Tsarist government which is the sole culprit in the Baku massacres. Let your cry be, down with national strife. Down with the Tsarist government. Long live the fraternity of the peoples. Long live the Democratic Republic. February 13, 1905. Reproduced from the manifesto printed at the printing plant of the Tiflis Committee of the RSDLP. Signed, Tiflis Committee. To citizens. Long live the red flag. Great hopes and great disappointment. Instead of national enmity, mutual love and confidence. Instead of a fratricidal pogrom, a huge demonstration against Tsarism, the culprit in the pogroms. The hopes of the Tsarist government have collapsed, the attempt to incite the different nationalities in Tiflis against one another has failed. The Tsarist government has long been trying to incite the proletarians against one another, has long been trying to break up the general proletarian movement. That is why it organized the pogroms in Gomel, Kishinev, and other places. It provoked a fratricidal war in Baku with the same object. At last, the gaze of the Tsarist government rested on Tiflis. Here, in the middle of the Caucasus, it intended to enact a bloody tragedy and then to carry it to the provinces. No small matter, to incite the nationalities of the Caucasus against one another and to drown the Caucasian proletariat in its own blood. The Tsarist government rubbed its hands with glee. It even distributed a leaflet calling for a massacre of Armenians. And it hoped for success. But suddenly. 86. On February 13, as if to spite the Tsarist government, a crowd numbering many thousands of Armenians, Georgians, Tatars, and Russians assembles in the enclosure of the Vant Cathedral and takes a vow of mutual support in the struggle against the devil who is sowing strife among us. Complete unanimity. Speeches are delivered calling for unity. The masses applaud the speakers. Our leaflets are distributed. The masses eagerly take them. The temper of the masses rises. In defiance of the government, they decide to assemble again next day in the enclosure of the same cathedral in order once again to vow to love one another. February 14. The entire cathedral enclosure and the adjacent streets are packed with people. Our leaflets are distributed and read quite openly. The crowd split up into groups and discuss the contents of the leaflets. Speeches are delivered. The temper of the masses rises. They decide to march in demonstration past the Zion Cathedral and the mosque, to vow to love one another, to halt at the Persian cemetery to take the vow once again and then disperse. The masses put their decision into execution. On the way, near the mosque and in the Persian cemetery, speeches are delivered and our leaflets are distributed. The temper of the masses rises higher and higher. Pent-up revolutionary energy breaks through to the surface. The masses decide to march in demonstration through Palace Street and Golovinsky Prospect and only then to disperse. Our committee takes advantage of the situation and immediately organizes a small leading corps. This corps, headed by an advanced worker, takes the central 87 position and an improvised red flag flutters right in front of the palace. The banner bearer, carried shoulder high by demonstrators, delivers an emphatically political speech during which he first of all asks the comrades not to be dismayed by the absence of a social democratic appeal on the flag. No, no, answer the demonstrators, it is inscribed in our hearts. He then goes on to explain the significance of the red flag, criticizes the preceding speakers from the social democratic viewpoint, exposes the half-heartedness of their speeches, urges the necessity of abolishing Tsarism and capitalism, and calls upon the demonstrators to fight under the red flag of social democracy. Long live the red flag, the masses shout in response. The demonstrators proceed towards the Vant Cathedral. On the way they halt 3 times to listen to the banner bearer. The latter again calls upon the demonstrators to fight against Tsarism and urges them to take a vow to rise in revolt as unanimously as they are demonstrating now. We swear, the masses shout in response. The demonstrators then reach the Vant Cathedral and after a minor skirmish with Cossacks, disperse. Such was the demonstration of 8,000 Tiflis citizens. That is how the citizens of Tiflis retaliated to the hypocritical policy of the Tsarist government. That is how they took revenge on the despicable government for the blood of the citizens of Baku. Glory and honor to the citizens of Tiflis. In face of the thousands of Tiflis citizens who assembled under the red flag and several times pronounced sentence of death on the Tsarist government, the 88 despicable flunkies of the despicable government were compelled to retreat. They called off the pogrom. But does that mean, citizens, that the Tsarist government will not try to organize pogroms in future? Far from it. As long as it continues to exist, and the more the ground slips from under its feet, the more often will it resort to pogroms. The only way to eradicate pogroms is to abolish the Tsarist autocracy. You cherish your own lives and the lives of your dear ones, do you not? You love your friends and kinsmen and you want to abolish pogroms, do you not? Know then, citizens, that pogroms and the bloodshed that accompanies them will be abolished only when Tsarism is abolished. First of all you must strive to overthrow the Tsarist autocracy. You want to abolish all national enmity, do you not? You are striving for the complete solidarity of peoples, are you not? Know then, citizens, that all national strife will be abolished only when inequality and capitalism are abolished. The ultimate aim of your striving must be the triumph of socialism. But who will sweep the disgusting Tsarist regime from the face of the earth, who will rid you of pogroms, the proletariat, led by social democracy? And who will destroy the capitalist system, who will establish international solidarity on earth, the proletariat, led by social democracy? The proletariat, and only the proletariat, will win freedom and peace for you. 89. Therefore, unite around the proletariat and rally under the flag of social democracy. Rally under the red flag, citizens. Down with the Tsarist autocracy. Long live the Democratic Republic. Down with capitalism. Long live socialism. Long live the red flag. February 15, 1905. Reproduced from the manifesto printed at the printing plant of the Tiflis Committee of the RSDLP. Signed, Tiflis Committee. Briefly about disagreements. In the Party 25. Social democracy is a combination of the working class movement with socialism. Karl Koski. Our Mensheviks are really too tiresome. I am referring to the Tiflis Mensheviks. They heard that there are disagreements in the party and so they began harping, whether you like it or not we shall talk about disagreements, always and everywhere, whether you like it or not we shall abuse the Bolsheviks right and left. And so they are hurling abuse for all they are worth, as if they are possessed. At all the crossroads, among themselves and among strangers, in short, wherever they happen to be, they howl one thing: beware of the majority, they are strangers, infidels. Not content with the habitual field, they have carried the case into the legally published literature, thereby proving to the world once again how tiresome they are. What has the majority done? Why is our minority so wrathful? Let us turn to history. The majority and minority first came into being at the Second Party Congress. That was the Congress at which our scattered forces were to have united. 91. In one powerful party. We party workers placed great hopes in that Congress. At last, we exclaimed joyfully, we, too, shall be united in one party, we, too, shall be able to work according to a single plan. It goes without saying that we had been active before that, but our activities were scattered and unorganized. It goes without saying that we had made attempts to unite before that. It was for this purpose that we convened the First Party Congress, and it even looked as if we had united, but this unity existed in name only. the party still remained split up into separate groups, our forces still remained scattered and had yet to be united. And so the Second Party Congress was to have mustered our scattered forces and united them in one whole. We were to have formed a united party. Actually it turned out, however, that our hopes had been to some degree premature. The Congress failed to give us a single and indivisible party, it merely laid the foundation for such a party. The Congress did, however, clearly reveal to us that there are two trends within the party, the Iskra trend, 26, and the trend of its opponents. Accordingly, the Congress split up into two sections, into a majority and a minority. The former joined the Iskra trend and rallied around that paper, the latter, being opponents of Iskra, took the opposite stand. Thus, Iskra became the banner of the party majority, and Iskra's stand became the stand of the majority. What path did Iskra take? What did it advocate? To understand this one must know the conditions under which it entered the historical field. 92. Iskra started publication in December 1900. That was the time when a crisis began in Russian industry. The industrial boom, which was accompanied by a number of economic strikes, gradually gave way to a crisis. The crisis grew more acute day by day and became an obstacle to economic strikes. In spite of that, the working class movement hewed a path for itself and made progress, the individual streams merged in a single flood, the movement acquired a class aspect and gradually took the path of the political struggle. The working class movement grew with astonishing rapidity. But there was no sign of an advanced detachment, no social democracy which would have introduced socialist consciousness into the movement, would have combined it with socialism, and, thereby, would have lent the proletarian struggle a social democratic character. What did the social democrats of that time do? They burned incense to the spontaneous movement and light-heartedly reiterated, socialist consciousness is not so very necessary for the working class movement, which can very well reach its goal without it, the main thing is the movement. The movement is everything, consciousness is a mere trifle. A movement without socialism, that was what they were striving for. In that case, what is the mission of Russian social democracy? Its mission is to be an obedient tool of the spontaneous movement, they asserted. It is not our busy. Social democracy is the advanced detachment of the proletariat. Every militant social democrat, whether industrial worker or intellectual, belongs to this detachment. 93. To introduce socialist consciousness into the working class movement, it is not our business to lead this movement, that would be fruitless coercion, our duty is merely to watch the movement and take careful note of what goes on in social life. We must drag at the tail of the spontaneous movement. In short, social democracy was depicted as an unnecessary burden on the movement. Whoever refuses to recognize social democracy must also refuse to recognize the Social Democratic Party. That is precisely why the economists so persistently reiterated that a proletarian political party could not exist in Russia. Let the liberals engage in the political struggle, it is more fitting for them to do so, said the economists. But what must we Social Democrats do? We must continue to exist as separate circles, each operating isolatedly in its own corner. Not a party, but a circle, they said. Thus, on the one hand, the working class movement grew and stood in need of a guiding advanced detachment, on the other hand, social democracy, represented by the economists, instead of taking the lead of the movement, abnegated itself and dragged at the tail of the movement. It was necessary to proclaim for all to hear the idea that a spontaneous working class movement without socialism means groping in the dark, and, even if it ever does lead to the goal, who knows how long it will take, and at what cost in suffering, that, consequently, socialist consciousness is of enormous importance for the working class movement. It was also necessary to proclaim that it is the duty of the vehicle of this consciousness, social democracy, to imbue the working class movement with socialist consciousness, to be always at the head of the movement and not to be a mere observer of the spontaneous working class movement, not to drag at its tail. It was also necessary to express the idea that it is the direct duty of Russian social democracy to muster the separate advanced detachments of the proletariat, to unite them in one party, and thereby to put an end to disunity in the party once and for all. It was precisely these tasks that Iskra proceeded to formulate. This is what it said in its programmatic article: social democracy is a combination of the working class movement with socialism, 29, i.e., the movement without socialism, or socialism standing aloof from the movement, is an undesirable state of affairs which 95. Social democracy must combat. But as the economists Rabochi Deloists worshipped the spontaneous movement, and as they belittled the importance of socialism, Iskra stated, isolated from social democracy, the working class movement becomes petty and inevitably becomes bourgeois. Consequently, it is the duty of social democracy to point out to this movement its ultimate aim and its political tasks, and to guard its political and ideological independence. What are the duties of Russian social democracy? From this, continues Iskra, automatically emerges the task which it is the mission of Russian social democracy to fulfill, to imbue the masses of the proletariat with the ideas of socialism and with political consciousness, and to organize a revolutionary party that will be inseparably connected with the spontaneous working class movement, i.e., it must always be at the head of the movement, and its paramount duty is to unite the social democratic forces of the working class movement in one party. That is how the editorial board of Iskra * formulated its program. Did Iskra carry out this splendid program? Everybody knows how devotedly it put these extremely important ideas into practice. That was clearly demonstrated to us by the Second Party Congress, at which the majority, numbering 35 votes, recognized Iskra as the central organ of the party. Is it not ridiculous, after that, to hear certain pseudo-Marxists berate the old Iskra? This is what the Menshevik Social Democrat writes about Iskra. It should have analyzed the ideas of economism, rejected its fallacious views and accepted its correct ones, and directed it into a new channel. But that did not happen. The fight against economism gave rise to another extreme. The economic struggle was belittled and treated with disdain. Supreme importance was attached to the political struggle. Politics without economy, such is the new trend. But when, where, in what country did all this happen, highly esteemed critic? What did Plekhanov, Axelrod, Zasulich, Martov, and Starover do? Why did they not turn Iskra to the true path? Did they not constitute the majority on the editorial board? And where have you yourself been up to now, my dear sir? Why did you not warn the Second Party Congress? It would not then have recognized Iskra as the central organ. But let us leave the critic. The point is that Iskra correctly emphasized the urgent questions of the day. It took the path I spoke about above and devotedly carried out its program. Iskra's stand was still more distinctly and convincingly formulated by Lenin, in his splendid book What is to be Done? Let us deal with this book. The economists worship the spontaneous working class movement, but who does not know that the spontaneous movement is a movement without socialism, that it 97 is trade unionism, which refuses to see anything beyond the limits of capitalism? Who does not know that the working class movement without socialism means marking time within the limits of capitalism, wandering around private property, and, even if this ever does lead to the social revolution, who knows how long it will take, and at what cost in suffering? Does it make no difference to the workers whether they enter the promised land in the near future or after a long period of time, by an easy or by a difficult road? Clearly, whoever extols the spontaneous movement and worships it, whether he wishes to or not, digs a chasm between socialism and the working class movement, belittles the importance of socialist ideology and expels it from life, and, whether he wishes to or not, subordinates the workers to bourgeois ideology, for he fails to understand that social democracy is a combination of the working class movement with socialism, that all worship of the spontaneity of the working class movement, all belittling of the role of the conscious element, of the role of social democracy, means, quite irrespective of whether the belittler wants to or not, strengthening the influence of bourgeois ideology over the workers. To explain this in greater detail, in our times only two ideologies can exist, bourgeois and socialist. The difference between them is, among other things, that the former, i.e., bourgeois ideology, is much older, more 98. Widespread and more deep-rooted in life than the latter, that one encounters bourgeois views everywhere, in one's own and in other circles, whereas socialist ideology is only taking its first steps, is only just hewing a road for itself. Needless to say, as regards the spread of ideas, bourgeois ideology, i.e., trade unionist consciousness, spreads far more easily and embraces the spontaneous working class movement far more widely than socialist ideology, which is only taking its first steps. That is all the more true for the reason that, even as it is, the spontaneous movement, the movement without socialism, leads to its becoming subordinated to bourgeois ideology. And subordination to bourgeois ideology means ousting socialist ideology, because one is the negation of the other. We shall be asked, but surely the working class gravitates towards socialism? Yes, it gravitates towards socialism. If it did not, the activities of social democracy would be fruitless. But it is also true that this gravitation is counteracted and hindered by another gravitation towards bourgeois ideology. I have just said that our social life is impregnated with bourgeois ideas and, consequently, it is much easier to spread bourgeois ideology than socialist ideology. It must not be forgotten that meanwhile the bourgeois ideologists are not asleep, they, in their own way, disguise themselves as socialists and are tireless in their efforts to subordinate the working class to bourgeois ideology. If, under these circumstances, the social democrats, too, like the economists, go wool-gathering and drag at the tail of the spontaneous movement, then it is self-evident that the spontaneous working class movement will proceed along that beaten path and submit to bourgeois ideology until, of course, long wanderings and sufferings compel it to break with bourgeois ideology and strive for the social revolution. It is this that is called gravitating towards bourgeois ideology. Here is what Lenin says. The working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism, but the more widespread bourgeois ideology nevertheless spontaneously imposes itself upon the working class still more. This is precisely why the spontaneous working class movement, while it is spontaneous, while it is not yet combined with socialist consciousness, becomes subordinated to bourgeois ideology and gravitates towards such subordination. If that were not the case, social democratic criticism, social democratic propaganda, would be superfluous, and it would be unnecessary to combine the working class movement with socialism. It is the duty of social democracy to combat this gravitation towards bourgeois ideology and to stimulate the other gravitation towards socialism. Someday, of course, after long wanderings and sufferings, the spontaneous movement would come into its own. Would arrive at the gates of the social revolution, without the aid of social democracy, because the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism. But what is to happen in the meantime? What shall we do in the meantime? Fold our arms across our chests as the economists do and leave the field to the Strobes and Zubotovs? Renounce social democracy and thereby help bourgeois, trade unionist ideology to predominate? Forget Marxism and not combine socialism with the working class movement? No. Social democracy is the advanced detachment of the proletariat, and its duty is always to be at the head of the proletariat. Its duty is to divert the working class movement from this spontaneous, trade unionist tendency to come under the wing of the bourgeoisie, and to bring it under the wing of revolutionary social democracy. The duty of social democracy is to imbue the spontaneous working class movement with socialist consciousness, to combine the working class movement with socialism and thereby lend the proletarian struggle a social democratic character. It is said that in some countries the working class itself worked out the socialist ideology and will itself work it out in other countries too, and that, therefore, it is unnecessary to introduce socialist consciousness into the working class movement from without. But this is a profound mistake. To be able to work out the theory of scientific socialism, one must stand at the head of science, one must be armed with scientific knowledge and be able deeply to investigate the laws of historical development. But the working class, while it remains a working class, is unable to stand in the van of science, to advance it and investigate scientifically the laws of history. It lacks both the time and the means for that. Scientific socialism can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge. Says K. Koski. The vehicle of science is not the proletariat, but the bourgeois intelligentsia. It was in the minds of individual members of that stratum that modern socialism originated, and it was they who communicated it to the more intellectually developed proletarians. Accordingly, Lenin says, all those who worship the spontaneous working class movement and look on with folded arms, those who continuously belittle the importance of social democracy and leave the field to the Strubs and Zubotovs, all imagine that this movement itself works out scientific socialism. But that is a profound mistake. Some people believe that the St. Petersburg workers who went on strike in the 90s possessed social democratic consciousness, but that, too, is a mistake. There was no such consciousness among them, and there could not be. It could be brought to them only from without. The history of all countries shows that the working class, exclusively by its own efforts, is able to develop only trade unionist consciousness, i.e., the conviction that it is necessary to combine in unions, fight the employers and strive to compel the government to pass necessary labor legislation, etc. The theory of socialism, however, grew out of the philosophic, historical, and economic theories that were elaborated by the educated representatives of the propertied classes, the intellectuals. According to their social status, the founders of modern scientific socialism, Marx and Engels, themselves belonged to the bourgeois intelligentsia. That does not mean, of course, continues Lenin, that the workers have no part in creating such an ideology. But they take part not as workers, but as socialist theoreticians, as Proudhons and Weitlings. In other words, they take part only when, and to the extent that they are able, more or less, to acquire the knowledge of their age and advance that knowledge. We can picture all this to ourselves approximately as follows. There is a capitalist system. There are workers and masters. Between them a struggle is raging. So far there are no signs whatever of scientific socialism. Scientific socialism was not even thought of anywhere when the workers were already waging their struggle. Yes, the workers are fighting. But they are fighting separately against their masters. They come into collision with their local authorities, here they go out on strike, there they hold meetings and demonstrations, here they demand rights from the government, there they proclaim a boycott. Some talk about the political struggle, others about the economic struggle, and so forth. But that does not mean that the workers possess social democratic consciousness. It does not mean that the aim of their movement is to overthrow the capitalist system, that they are as sure of the overthrow of capitalism and of the establishment of the socialist system as they are of the inevitable rising of the sun, that they regard their conquest of political power as an essential means for achieving the victory of socialism, etc. Meanwhile science develops. The working class movement gradually attracts its attention. Most scientists arrive at the opinion that the working class movement is a revolt of troublemakers whom it would be a good thing to bring to their senses with the aid of the whip. Others believe that it is the duty of the rich to throw some crumbs to the poor, i.e., that the working class movement is a movement of paupers whose object is to obtain alms. And out of 1,000 scientists perhaps only one may prove to be a man who approaches the working class movement scientifically investigates the whole of social life, watches the conflict of classes, listens closely to the murmuring of the working class and, finally, proves scientifically that the capitalist system is by no means eternal, that it is just as transient as feudalism was, and that it must inevitably be superseded by its negation, the socialist system, which can be established only by the proletariat by means of a social revolution. In short, scientific socialism is elaborated. It goes without saying that if there were no capitalism and the class struggle, there would be no scientific. 104. Socialism. But it is also true that these few, for example Marx and Engels, would not have worked out scientific socialism had they not possessed scientific knowledge. What is scientific socialism without the working class movement, a compass which, if left unused, will only grow rusty and then will have to be thrown overboard? What is the working class movement without socialism, a ship without a compass which will reach the other shore in any case, but would reach it much sooner and with less danger if it had a compass? Combine the two and you will get a splendid vessel, which will speed straight towards the other shore and reach its haven unharmed. Combine the working class movement with socialism and you will get a social democratic movement which will speed straight towards the promised land. And so, it is the duty of social democracy to combine socialism with the working class movement, to imbue the movement with socialist consciousness and thereby lend the spontaneous working class movement a social democratic character. That is what Lenin says. Some people assert that in the opinion of Lenin and the majority, the working class movement will perish, will fail to achieve the social revolution if it is not combined with socialist ideology. That is an invention, the invention of idle minds, which could have entered the heads only of pseudo-Marxists like an. 105. Lenin says definitely that the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism, and if he does not dwell on this at great length, it is only because he thinks it unnecessary to prove what has already been proved. Moreover, Lenin did not set out to investigate the spontaneous movement, he merely wanted to show those engaged in practical party work what they ought to do consciously. Here is what Lenin says in another passage in his controversy with Martov. Our party is the conscious exponent of an unconscious process. Exactly. And for this very reason it is wrong to want every striker to have the right to call himself a party member, for if every strike were not only a spontaneous expression of a powerful class instinct and of the class struggle, which is inevitably leading to the social revolution, but a conscious expression of that process, then our party would at once put an end to the entire bourgeois society. As you see, in Lenin's opinion, even the class struggle and the class conflicts which cannot be called social democratic, nevertheless inevitably lead the working class to the social revolution. If you are interested to hear the opinion of other representatives of the majority, here is what one of them, Comrade Gorin, said at the Second Party Congress. What would the situation be if the proletariat were left to itself? It would be similar to what it was on the eve of the bourgeois revolution. The bourgeois revolutionaries had no scientific ideology. The bourgeois system came into being nevertheless. Even without ideologists, the proletariat would, of course, in the long run, work towards the social revolution, but it would do so instinctively. Instinctively the proletariat would practice socialism, but it would lack socialist theory. Only, the process would be slow and more painful. Further explanation is superfluous. Thus, the spontaneous working class movement, the working class movement without socialism, inevitably becomes petty and assumes a trade unionist character. It submits to bourgeois ideology. Can we draw the conclusion from this that socialism is everything and the working class movement nothing? Of course not. Only idealists say that. Someday, in the far distant future, economic development will inevitably bring the working class to the social revolution, and, consequently, compel it to break off all connection with bourgeois ideology. The only point is that this path is a very long and painful one. On the other hand, socialism without the working class movement, no matter on what scientific basis it may have arisen, nevertheless remains an empty phrase and loses its significance. Can we draw the conclusion from this that the movement is everything and socialism nothing? Of course not. Only pseudo-Marxists, who attach no importance to consciousness because it is engendered by social life itself, argue that way. Socialism can be combined with the working class movement and thereby be transformed from an empty phrase into a sharp weapon. The conclusion? The conclusion is that the working class movement must be combined with socialism, Practical activities and theoretical thought must merge into one and thereby lend the spontaneous working class movement a social democratic character, for social democracy is a combination of the working class movement with socialism. Then, socialism, combined with the working class movement, will, in the hands of the workers, be transformed from an empty phrase into a tremendous force. Then, the spontaneous movement, transformed into a social democratic movement, will march rapidly along the true road to the socialist system. What, then, is the mission of Russian social democracy? What must we do? Our duty, the duty of social democracy, is to deflect the spontaneous working class movement from the path of narrow trade unionism to the social democratic path. Our duty is to introduce socialist consciousness into this movement and unite the advanced forces of the working class in one centralist party. Our task is always to be at the head of the movement and combat tirelessly all those, whether they be foes or friends, who hinder the accomplishment of this task. Such, in general, is the position of the majority. Our minority dislikes the position taken by the majority. It is un-Marxist, it says. It fundamentally contradicts Marxism. But is that so, most highly esteemed gentlemen? Where, when, on what planet? Read our articles, they say, and you will be convinced that we are right. Very well, let us read them. We have before us an article entitled "What is a Party?" Of what does the Kritiken accuse the party majority? It proclaims itself the head of the party, and demands submission from others. And to justify its conduct it often even invents new theories, such as, for example, that the working people cannot by their own efforts assimilate lofty ideals, etc. The question now is, does the majority advance, or has it ever advanced, such theories? Never. Nowhere. On the contrary, Comrade Lenin, the ideological representative of the majority, very definitely says that the working class very easily assimilates lofty ideals, that it very easily assimilates socialism. Listen. It is often said, the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism. This is perfectly true in the sense that socialist theory defines the causes of the misery of the working class more profoundly and more correctly than any other theory, and for that reason the workers are able to assimilate it so easily. As you see, in the opinion of the majority, the workers easily assimilate the lofty ideals which are called socialism. So what is N getting at? Where did he dig up his queer find? The point is, reader, that Kritiken had something entirely different in mind. He had in mind that passage in What is to be Done? Where Lenin speaks of the elaboration of the theory of socialism, where he says that the working class cannot elaborate scientific socialism by its own efforts*. But how is that, you will ask? To elaborate the theory of socialism is one thing, to assimilate it is another. Why did N forget those words of Lenin's in which he so clearly speaks of the assimilation of lofty ideals? You are right, reader, but what can N do since he is so anxious to be a critic? Just think what a heroic deed he is performing. He invents a theory of his own, ascribes it to his opponent, and then bombards the fruit of his own imagination. That is criticism, if you like. At all events it is beyond doubt that N could not by his own efforts assimilate Lenin's book What is to be Done? Let us now open the so-called Social Democrat. What does the author of the article Majority or Minority say? Plucking up courage, he vociferously attacks Lenin for expressing the opinion that the natural development of the working class movement leads not to socialism, but to bourgeois ideology. The author evidently fails to understand that the spontaneous working class movement is a movement without socialism, and that such a movement inevitably submits to bourgeois trade unionist ideology, gravitates towards it, for in our times there can be only two ideologies, socialist and bourgeois, and where the former is absent the latter inevitably appears and occupies its place. Yes, this is exactly what Lenin says. But at the same time he does not forget about another gravitation that is characteristic of the working class movement, gravitation towards socialism, which is only temporarily eclipsed by the gravitation towards bourgeois ideology. Lenin says definitely that the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism, and he rightly observes that it is the duty of social democracy to accelerate the victory of this gravitation by, among other things, combating the economists. Why, then, esteemed critic, did you not quote these words of Lenin in your article? Were they not uttered by the very same Lenin? Because it was not to your advantage. Isn't that so? In Lenin's opinion, the worker, owing to his position, is a bourgeois rather than a socialist. Continues the author. Well, I didn't expect anything so stupid even from such an author. Does Lenin talk about the worker's position? Does he say that owing to his position the worker is a bourgeois? Who but an idiot can say that owing to his position the worker is a bourgeois, the worker who owns no means of production and lives by selling his labor power? No. Lenin says something entirely different. The point is that owing to my position I can be a proletarian and not a bourgeois, but at the same time I can be unconscious of my position and, as a consequence, submit to bourgeois ideology. This is exactly how the matter stands in this case with the working class. And it means something entirely different. In general, the author is fond of hurling empty phrases about he shoots them off without thinking. Thus, for example, the author obstinately reiterates that Leninism fundamentally contradicts Marxism *. He reiterates this and fails to see where this idea leads him. Let us believe for a moment his statement that Leninism does fundamentally contradict Marxism. But what follows? What comes of this? The following. Leninism carried with it Iskra. This the author does not deny. Consequently Iskra, too, fundamentally contradicts Marxism. The Second Party Congress, the majority, numbering 35 votes, recognized Iskra as the central organ of the party and highly praised its services. Consequently, that Congress, its program and its tactics, also fundamentally contradict Marxism. Funny, isn't it, reader? The author, nevertheless, continues, in Lenin's opinion the spontaneous working class movement is moving towards combination with the bourgeoisie. Yes. Indeed, the author is undoubtedly moving towards combination with idiocy, and it would be a good thing if he digressed from that path. But let us leave the critic. Let us turn to Marxism. Our esteemed critic obstinately reiterates that the stand taken by the majority and by its representative, Lenin, fundamentally contradicts Marxism, because, he says, Koskay, Marx and Engels say the opposite of what Lenin advocates. Is that the case? Let us see. K. Koskay, the author informs us, writes in his Erfurt program, the interests of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie are so antagonistic that the strivings of these two classes cannot be combined for any more or less prolonged period. In every country where the capitalist mode of production prevails, the participation of the working class in politics sooner or later leads to the working class separating from the bourgeois parties and forming an independent workers' party. But what follows from this? Only that the interests of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat are antagonistic, that sooner or later the proletariat separates from the bourgeoisie to form an independent workers' party. The author assumes that here Koskay disagrees with Lenin. But Lenin says that sooner or later the proletariat will not only separate from the bourgeoisie, but will bring about the social revolution, i.e., will overthrow the bourgeoisie *. The task of social democracy, he adds, is to try to make this come about as quickly as possible, and to come about consciously. Yes, consciously, and not spontaneously, for it is about this consciousness that Lenin writes. Where things have reached the stage of the formation of an independent workers' party, continues the critic, citing Koskay's book, the party must sooner or later, of natural necessity, assimilate socialist tendencies. If it was not inspired by them from the very outset, it must in the long run become a socialist workers' party, i.e., social democracy. What does that mean? Only that the workers' party will assimilate socialist trends. But does Lenin deny this? Not in the least. Lenin plainly says that not only the workers' party, but the entire working class assimilates socialism. What, then, is the nonsense we hear from Social Democrat and its prevaricating hero? What is the use of all this balderdash? As the saying goes, he heard the sound of a bell, but where it came from he could not tell. That's exactly what happened to our muddle-headed author. As you see, Koski does not differ one iota from Lenin on that point. But all this reveals the author's thoughtlessness with exceptional clarity. Does Koski say anything in support of the stand taken by the majority? Here is what he writes in one of his splendid articles, in which he analyzes the draft program of Austrian social democracy. Many of our revisionist critics believe that Marx asserted that economic development and the class struggle create not only the conditions for socialist production, but also, and directly, engender the consciousness of its necessity. And these critics at once object that Britain, the country most highly developed capitalistically, is more remote than any other from this consciousness. Judging from the draft, one might assume that this view was shared by the committee that drafted the Austrian program. In the draft program it is stated, the more capitalist development increases the numbers of the proletariat, the more the proletariat is compelled and becomes fit to fight against capitalism. The proletariat becomes conscious of the possibility of and of the necessity for socialism. In this connection, socialist consciousness appears to be a necessary and direct result of the proletarian class struggle. But that is absolutely untrue. Modern socialist consciousness can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge. The vehicle of science is not the proletariat, but the bourgeois intelligentsia. It was in the minds of individual members of that stratum that modern socialism originated, and it was they who communicated it to the more intellectually developed proletarians who, in their turn, introduce it into the proletarian class struggle. Thus, socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without and not something that arose within it spontaneously. Accordingly, 115. The old Heinfeld program 34 quite rightly stated that the task of social democracy is to imbue the proletariat with the consciousness of its position and the consciousness of its task. Asterisk. Do you not recall, reader, analogous thoughts expressed by Lenin on this question? Do you not recall the well-known stand taken by the majority? Why did the Tiflis Committee and its Social Democrat conceal the truth? Why, in speaking of Koski, did our esteemed critic fail to quote these words of Koski's in his article? Whom are these most highly esteemed gentlemen trying to deceive? Why are they so contemptuous towards their readers? Is it not because they fear the truth, hide from the truth, and think that the truth also can be hidden? They behave like the bird which hides its head in the sand and imagines that nobody can see it. But they delude themselves as that bird does. If socialist consciousness has been worked out on a scientific basis, and if this consciousness is introduced into the working class movement from without by the efforts of social democracy, it is clear that all this happens because the working class, so long as it remains a working class, cannot lead science and work out scientific socialism by its own efforts. It lacks both the time and the means for this. Here is what K. Koski says in his Erfurt program. The proletarian can at best assimilate part of the knowledge worked out by bourgeois learning and adapt it to his objects and needs, but so long as he remains a proletarian he lacks the leisure and means independently to carry science beyond the limits reached by bourgeois thinkers. Hence, spontaneous workers' socialism must bear all the essential marks of utopianism. Utopian socialism of this kind often assumes an anarchistic character, continues Koski, but, as is well known, wherever the anarchist movement really permeated the masses and became a class movement, it always, sooner or later, despite its seeming radicalism, ended by being transformed into a purely trade unionist movement of the narrowest kind. In other words, if the working class movement is not combined with scientific socialism, it inevitably becomes petty, assumes a narrow trade unionist character and, consequently, submits to trade unionist ideology. But that means belittling the workers and extolling the intelligentsia. Howl our critic and his social democrat. Poor critic! Miserable social democrat! They take the proletariat for a capricious young lady who must not be told the truth, who must always be paid compliments so that she will not run away. No, most highly esteemed gentlemen. We believe that the proletariat will display more staunchness than you think. We believe that it will not fear the truth. As for you, what can one say to you? Even now you have shown that you fear the truth and, in your article, did not tell your readers what Koskai's real views are. Thus, scientific socialism without the working class movement is an empty phrase that can always be easily thrown to the winds. On the other hand, the working class movement without socialism is aimless trade unionist wandering, which some time or other will, of course, lead to the social revolution, but at the cost of long pain and suffering. The conclusion? The working class movement must combine with socialism. Social democracy is a combination of the working class movement with socialism. That is what Koskai, the Marxist theoretician, says. We have seen that Iskra and the majority say the same. We have seen that Comrade Lenin takes the same stand. Thus, the majority takes a firm Marxist stand. Clearly, contempt for the workers, extolling the intelligentsia, the un-Marxist stand of the majority, and similar gems which the Menshevik critics scatter so profusely, are nothing more than catchwords, figments of the imagination of the Tiflis Mensheviks. On the other hand, we shall see that actually it is the Tiflis minority, the Tiflis Committee and its Social Democrat that fundamentally contradict Marxism. But of this anon. Meanwhile, we draw attention to the following. In support of his utterances, the author of the article Majority or Minority, quotes the words of Marx: the theoretician of any given class comes theoretically to the conclusion to which the class itself has already arrived practically. One of two things. Either the author does not know the Georgian language, or else there is a printer's error. No literate person would say to which it has already arrived. It would be correct to say, at which it has already arrived, or to which it is already coming. If the author had in mind the latter, then I must observe that he is misquoting Marx. Marx did not say anything of the kind. If the author had the first formula in mind, then the sentence he quoted should have run as follows: the theoretician of any given class arrives theoretically at the conclusion at which the class itself has already arrived practically. In other words, since Marx and Engels arrived theoretically at the conclusion that the collapse of capitalism and the building of socialism are inevitable, it implies that the proletariat has already rejected capitalism practically, has already crushed capitalism and has built up the socialist way of life in its place. Poor Marx! Who knows how many more absurdities our pseudo-Marxists will ascribe to him? But did Marx really say that? Here is what he actually said: the theoreticians who represent the petty bourgeoisie are driven, theoretically, to the same problems and solutions to which material interest and social position drive the latter practically. This is, in general, the relationship between the political and literary representatives of a class and the class they represent. As you see, Marx does not say already arrived to. These philosophical words were invented by our esteemed critic. Consequently, Marx's own words possess an entirely different meaning. What idea does Marx propound in the above quoted proposition? Only that the theoretician of a given class cannot create an ideal, the elements of which do not exist in life, that he can only indicate the elements of the future and on that basis theoretically create an ideal which the given class reaches practically. The difference is that the theoretician runs ahead of the class and indicates the embryo of the future before the class does. That is what is meant by arriving at something theoretically. Here is what Marx and Engels say in their manifesto. The communists, therefore, are on the one hand, practically, the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties of every country, that section which pushes forward all others. On the other hand, theoretically, they have over the great mass of the proletariat the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. Yes, the ideologists push forward, they see much farther than the great mass of the proletariat, and this is the whole point. The ideologists push forward, and it is precisely for this reason that the idea, socialist consciousness, is of such great importance for the movement. Is that why you attack the majority, esteemed critic? If it is, then say goodbye to Marxism, and know that the majority is proud of its Marxist stand. The situation of the majority in this case in many ways recalls that of Engels in the 90s. The idea is the source of social life, asserted the idealists. In their opinion, social consciousness is the foundation upon which the life of society is built. That is why they were called idealists. It had to be proved that ideas do not drop from the skies, but are engendered by life itself. Marx and Engels entered the historical arena and magnificently accomplished this task. They proved that social life is the source of ideas and, therefore, that the life of society is the foundation on which social consciousness is built. Thereby, they dug the grave of idealism and cleared the road for materialism. Certain semi-Marxists interpreted this as meaning that consciousness, ideas, are of very little importance in life. The great importance of ideas had to be proved. And so Engels came forward and, in his letters, emphasized that while it is true that ideas do 121. Not drop from the skies but are engendered by life itself, yet once born, ideas acquire great importance, for they unite men, organize them, and put their impress upon the social life which has engendered them. Ideas are of great importance in historical progress. This is not Marxism but the betrayal of Marxism, shouted Bernstein and his ilk. The Marxists only laughed. There were semi-Marxists in Russia, the economists. They asserted that, since ideas are engendered by social life, socialist consciousness is of little importance for the working class movement. It had to be proved that socialist consciousness is of great importance for the working class movement, that without it the movement would be aimless trade unionist wandering, and nobody could say when the proletariat would rid itself of it and reach the social revolution. And Iskra appeared and magnificently accomplished this task. The book What is to be Done? Appeared, in which Lenin emphasized the great importance of socialist consciousness. The party majority was formed and firmly took this path. But here the little Bernsteins come out and begin to shout, this fundamentally contradicts Marxism. But do you, little economists, know what Marxism is? Surprising, the reader will say. What's the matter, he will ask. Why did Plekhanov write his article criticizing Lenin? What? 122. Is he censuring the majority for? Are not the pseudo-Marxists of Tiflis and their social democrat repeating the ideas expressed by Plekhanov? Yes, they are repeating them, but in such a clumsy way that it becomes disgusting. Yes, Plekhanov did criticize. But do you know what the point is? Plekhanov does not disagree with the majority and with Lenin. And not only Plekhanov. Neither Martov, nor Zasulich, nor Axelrod disagree with them. Actually, on the question we have been discussing, the leaders of the minority do not disagree with the old Iskra. And the old Iskra is the banner of the majority. Don't be surprised. Here are the facts. We are familiar with the old Iskra's programmatic article. We know that that article fully expresses the stand taken by the majority. Whose article is it? The article of the editorial board of Iskra of that time. Who were the members of that editorial board? Lenin, Plekhanov, Axelrod, Martov, Zasulich, and Starover. Of these only Lenin now belongs to the majority, the other five are the leaders of the minority, but the fact remains that they were the editors of Iskra's programmatic article. Consequently, they ought not to repudiate their own words, presumably they believed what they wrote. But we shall leave Iskra if you like. Here is what Martov writes. Thus, the idea of socialism first arose not among the masses of the workers, but in the studies of scholars from the ranks of the bourgeoisie. And here is what Vera Zasulich writes. Even the idea of the class solidarity of the entire proletariat is not so simple that it could arise independently in the mind of every worker. And socialism most certainly does not spring up in the minds of the workers automatically. The ground for the theory of socialism was prepared by the entire development of both life and knowledge, and created by the mind of a genius who was armed with that knowledge. Similarly, the dissemination of the ideas of socialism among the workers was initiated, almost over the entire continent of Europe, by socialists who had received their training in educational establishments for the upper classes. Let us now hear Plekhanov, who so pompously and solemnly criticizes Lenin in the New Iskra. The scene is the Second Party Congress. Plekhanov is arguing against Martynov and defending Lenin. He censures Martynov, who had seized on a single sentence of Lenin's and had overlooked the book What is to be Done as a whole, and goes on to say, Comrade Martynov's trick reminds me of a censor who said, "Permit me to tear a sentence from the Lord's Prayer from its context and I will prove to you that its author deserves to be hanged." But all the reproaches hurled at this unfortunate sentence not only by Comrade Martynov but also by many, many others, are based on a misunderstanding. Comrade Martynov quotes the words of Engels, "Modern socialism is the theoretical expression of the modern working class movement." Comrade Lenin also agrees with Engels. But Engels's words are a general proposition. The question is, who first formulates this theoretical expression? Lenin did not write a treatise on the philosophy of history but a polemical article against the economists, who said, "We must wait and see what the working class arrives at by its own efforts without the aid of the revolutionary bacillus." The latter was prohibited from telling the workers anything, precisely because it is a revolutionary bacillus, i.e., because it possesses theoretical consciousness. But if you eliminate the bacillus, all that remains is the unconscious mass, into which consciousness must be introduced from outside. Had you wanted to be fair to Lenin, and had you carefully read his whole book, you would have seen that that is precisely what he says. That is what Plekhanov said at the Second Party Congress. And now, several months later, the same Plekhanov, instigated by the same Martov, Axelrod, Zasulich, Starover, and others, speaks again, and seizing on the very same sentence of Lenin's that he defended at the Congress, says, Lenin and the majority are not Marxists. He knows that even if a sentence from the Lord's Prayer is torn from its context and interpreted separately, the author of the prayer might find himself on the gallows for heresy. He knows that this would be unfair, that an unbiased critic would not do such a thing. Nevertheless, he tears this sentence from Lenin's book. Nevertheless he acts unfairly, and publicly besmirches himself. And Martov, Zasulich, Axelrod, and Starover pander to him and publish his article under their editorship in the New Iskra, and thereby disgrace themselves once again. Why did they exhibit such spinelessness? Why did these leaders of the minority besmirch themselves? Why did they repudiate the programmatic article in Iskra to which they themselves had subscribed? Why did they repudiate their own words? Has such falsity ever before been heard of in the Social Democratic Party? What happened during the few months that elapsed between the Second Congress and the appearance of Plekhanov's article? What happened was this: of the 6 editors, the Second Congress elected only 3 to be editors of Iskra, Plekhanov, Lenin, and Martov. As for Axelrod, Starover, and Zasulich, the Congress appointed them to other posts. It goes without saying that the Congress had a right to do this, and it was the duty of everyone to submit to it. The Congress expresses the will of the party, it is the supreme organ of the party, and whoever acts contrary to its decisions tramples upon the will of the party. But these obstinate editors did not submit to the will of the party, to party discipline. It would appear that party discipline was invented only for simple party workers like us. They were angry with the Congress for not electing them as editors. They stepped to the side, took Martov with them, and formed an opposition. They proclaimed a boycott against the party, refused to carry on any party activities and began to threaten the party. Elect us, they said, to the editorial board, to 126. The Central Committee and to the Party Council, otherwise we shall cause a split. And a split ensued. Thus they trampled upon the will of the party once again. Here are the demands of the striker editors. The old editorial board of Iskra to be restored. A definite number of members of the opposition to be installed in the Central Committee. 2 seats in the Party Council to be allocated to members of the opposition, etc. We present these terms as the only ones that will enable the party to avoid a conflict which will threaten its very existence. What did the party say to them in reply? The party's representative, the Central Committee, and other comrades said to them, "We cannot go against the decisions of the Party Congress, elections are a matter for the Congress, nevertheless, we shall endeavor to restore peace and harmony, although, to tell the truth, it is disgraceful to fight for seats, you want to split the party for the sake of seats, etc." The striker editors took offense, they were embarrassed indeed, it did look as though they had started the fight for the sake of seats, they pulled Plekhanov over to their side and launched their heroic cause. They were obliged to seek some stronger disagreement between the majority and minority in order to show that they were not fighting for the sake of seats. They searched and searched until they found a passage in Lenin's book which, if torn from the context and interpreted separately, could indeed be cavilled at. A happy idea, thought the leaders of the minority. Lenin is the leader of the majority, let us discredit Lenin and thereby swing the party to our side. And so Plekhanov began to trumpet to the world that Lenin and his followers are not Marxists. True, only yesterday they defended the very idea in Lenin's book which they are attacking today, but that cannot be helped, and flew into a rage and proclaimed the boycott. Plekhanov took the stand that it was necessary to yield to them entirely. Lenin did not agree with him. Plekhanov gradually began to incline towards the minority. Disagreements between the two grew until they reached such a pitch that one fine day Plekhanov became an opponent of Lenin and the majority. Here is what Lenin writes about this. Several days later I, with a member of the council, did indeed go and see Plekhanov, and our conversation with Plekhanov took the following course. "You know," said Plekhanov, "some wives are such shrews that you have to yield to them to avoid hysterics and a big public scandal." "Perhaps," I answered, "but we must yield in such a way as to remain strong enough to prevent a still bigger scandal." 37 Lenin and Plekhanov failed to reach agreement. From that moment Plekhanov began moving over to the minority. We have learned from reliable sources that Plekhanov is now deserting the minority and has already founded his own organ, Dnevnik Sotsial-Demokrata. 38. 128. Opportunist is called an opportunist precisely because he has no respect for principle. That is why they besmirch themselves, that is the cause of their falsity. But that is not all. Some time passed. They saw that nobody was paying attention to their agitation against the majority and Lenin, apart from a few naive persons. They saw that their affairs were in a bad way and decided to change their colors again. On March 10, 1905, the same Plekhanov, and the same Martov and Axelrod, in the name of the Party Council, passed a resolution in which, among other things, they said, "Comrades, both sides have repeatedly expressed the conviction that the existing disagreements on tactics and organization are not of such a character as to render impossible activities within a single party organization *. Therefore, they said, let us convene a comrades' court to settle our slight disagreement. In short, the disagreements in the party are merely a squabble, which a comrades' court will investigate, but we are a united whole. But how can that be? We non-Marxists are invited into the party organizations, we are a united whole, and so on and so forth. What does it mean? Why, you leaders of the minority are betraying the party. Can non-Marxists be put at the head of the party? Is there room for non-Marxists in the ranks of the Social Democratic Party? Or, perhaps, you, too, have betrayed the cause of Marxism and have, therefore, changed front? But it would be naive to expect a reply. The point is that these wonderful leaders have several principles in their pockets, and whenever they want a particular one they take it out. As the saying goes, they have a different opinion for every day in the week. Such are the leaders of the so-called minority. It is easy to picture to oneself what the tale of this leadership, the so-called Tiflis minority, is like. The trouble also is that at times the tale pays no heed to the head and refuses to obey. For example, while the leaders of the minority consider that conciliation is possible and call for harmony among the party workers, the Tiflis minority and its social democrat continue to rave and shout, between the majority and minority there is a life and death struggle *, we must exterminate each other. They are all at 6s and 7s. The minority complain that we call them opportunist. But what else can we call them if they repudiate their own words, if they swing from side to side, if they are eternally wavering and hesitating? Can a genuine social democrat change his opinions every now and again? The minority change theirs more often than one changes pocket handkerchiefs. Our pseudo-Marxists obstinately reiterate that the minority is truly proletarian in character. Is that so? Let us see. Koski says that it is easier for the proletarian to become imbued with party principles. He inclines towards a principled policy that is independent of the mood of the moment and of personal or local interests. But what about the minority? Is it inclined towards a policy that is independent of the mood of the moment, etc.? On the contrary, it is always hesitating, eternally wavering. It detests a firm principled policy, it prefers unprincipledness, it follows the mood of the moment. We are already familiar with the facts. Koski says that the proletarian likes party discipline. The proletarian is a nonentity so long as he remains an isolated individual. His strength, his progress, his hopes and expectations are entirely derived from organization. That is why he is not distracted by personal advantage or personal glory. He performs his duty in any post he is assigned to with a voluntary discipline which pervades all his feelings and thoughts. But what about the minority? Is it, too, imbued with a sense of discipline? On the contrary, it despises party discipline and ridicules it. The first to set an example in violating party discipline were the leaders of the minority. Recall Axelrod, Zasulich, Starover, Martov, and others, who refused to submit to the decision of the Second Congress. Quite different is the case of the intellectual, continues Koski. He finds it extremely difficult to submit to party discipline and does so by compulsion, not of his own free will. He recognizes the need of discipline only for the mass, not for the chosen few. And of course, he counts himself among these few. An ideal example of an intellectual who had become thoroughly imbued with the sentiments of the proletariat, and who worked in any post he was assigned to, subordinated himself wholeheartedly to our great cause, and despised the spineless whining which the intellectual is all too prone to indulge in when he happens to be in the minority. An ideal example of such an intellectual was Liebknecht. We may also mention Marx, who never forced himself to the forefront and whose party discipline in the International, where he often found himself in the minority, was exemplary. But what about the minority? Does it display anything of the sentiments of the proletariat? Is its conduct anything like that of Liebknecht and Marx? On the contrary, we have seen that the leaders of the minority have not subordinated their ego to our sacred cause. We have seen that it was these leaders who indulged in spineless whining when they found themselves in the minority at the Second Congress. We have seen that it was they who, after the Congress, wailed for front seats, and that it was they who started a party split for the sake of these seats. Is this your proletarian character, esteemed Mensheviks? Then why are the workers on our side in some towns? The Mensheviks ask us. Yes, it is true, in some towns the workers are on the side of the minority, but that proves nothing. Workers even follow the revisionists in some towns, but that does not prove that their stand is a proletarian one. It does not prove that they are not opportunists. One day a crow found a rose, but that did not prove that a crow is a nightingale. It is not for nothing that the saying goes, when a crow picks up a rose, I'm a nightingale, it crows. Asterisk. It is now clear on what grounds the disagreements in the party arose. As is evident, Two trends have appeared in our party, the trend of proletarian firmness, and the trend of intellectual wavering. And this intellectual wavering is expressed by the present minority. The Tiflis Committee and its Social Democrat are the obedient slaves of this minority. That is the whole point. True, our pseudo-Marxists often shout that they are opposed to the mentality of the intellectual, and they accuse the majority of intellectual wavering, but this reminds us of the case of the thief who stole some money and began to shout, "Stop thief!" Moreover, it is well known that the tongue ever turns to the aching tooth. Reproduced from the pamphlet published by the Caucasian Union Committee of the RSDLP, May 1905, translated from the Georgian. Armed Insurrection and Our Tactics. The revolutionary movement has already brought about the necessity for an armed uprising. This idea, expressed by the Third Congress of our party, finds increasing confirmation day after day. The flames of revolution are flaring up with ever-increasing intensity, now here and now there, calling forth local uprisings. The 3 days barricade and street fighting in Lodz, the strike of many tens of thousands of workers in Ivanovo-Voznesensk with the inevitable bloody collisions with the troops, the uprising in Odessa, the mutiny in the Black Sea Fleet and in the Libo Naval Depot, and the week in Tiflis are all harbingers of the approaching storm. It is approaching irresistibly. It will break over Russia any day and, in a mighty, cleansing flood, sweep away all that is antiquated and rotten. It will wipe out the disgrace called the autocracy, under which the Russian people have suffered for ages. The last convulsive efforts of Tsarism, the intensification of repression of every kind, the proclamation of martial law over half the country and the multiplication of gallows, all accompanied by alluring speeches addressed to the liberals and by false promises of reform, these things will not save it from 134. The fate history has in store for it. The days of the autocracy are numbered, the storm is inevitable. A new social order is already being born, welcomed by the entire people, who are expecting renovation and regeneration from it. What new questions is this approaching storm raising before our party? How must we adjust our organization and tactics to the new requirements of life so that we may take a more active and organized part in the uprising, which is the only necessary beginning of the revolution? To guide the uprising, should we the advanced detachment of the class which is not only the vanguard, but also the main driving force of the revolution set up special bodies, or is the existing party machinery enough? These questions have been confronting the party and demanding immediate solution for several months already. For those who worship spontaneity, who degrade the party's objects to the level of simply following in the wake of life, who drag at the tail and do not march at the head as the advanced class-conscious detachment should do, such questions do not exist. Insurrection is spontaneous, they say. It is impossible to organize and prepare it. Every prearranged plan of action is a utopia, a waste of effort. Social life follows its own, unknown paths and will shatter all our projects. Hence, they say, we must confine ourselves to conducting propaganda and agitation in favor of the idea of insurrection, the idea of the self-arming of the masses. We must only exercise political guidance, as regards technical guidance of 135. The insurgent people, let anybody who likes undertake that. But we have always exercised such guidance up to now, the opponents of the Kvostist policy reply. Wide agitation and propaganda, political guidance of the proletariat, are absolutely essential. That goes without saying. But to confine ourselves to such general tasks means either evading an answer to the question which life bluntly puts to us, or revealing utter inability to adjust our tactics to the requirements of the rapidly growing revolutionary struggle. We must, of course, now intensify political agitation tenfold. We must try to establish our influence not only over the proletariat, but also over those numerous strata of the people who are gradually joining the revolution. We must try to popularize among all classes of the population the idea that an uprising is necessary. But we cannot confine ourselves solely to this. To enable the proletariat to utilize the impending revolution for the purposes of its own class struggle, to enable it to establish a democratic system that will provide the greatest guarantees for the subsequent struggle for socialism. The proletariat, around which the opposition is rallying, must not only be in the center of the struggle, but become the leader and guide of the uprising. It is the technical guidance and organizational preparation of the All-Russian uprising that constitute the new tasks with which life has confronted the proletariat. And if our party wishes to be the real political leader of the working class, it cannot and must not repudiate these new tasks. And so, what must we do to achieve this object? What must our first steps be? 136. Many of our organizations have already answered this question in a practical way by directing part of their forces and resources to the purpose of arming the proletariat. Our struggle against the autocracy has entered the stage when the necessity of arming is universally admitted. But mere realization of the necessity of arming is not enough. The practical task must be bluntly and clearly put before the party. Hence, our committees must at once, forthwith, proceed to arm the people locally, to set up special groups to arrange this matter, to organize district groups for the purpose of procuring arms, to organize workshops for the manufacture of different kinds of explosives, to draw up plans for seizing state and private stores of arms and arsenals. We must not only arm the people with a burning desire to arm themselves, as the new Iskra advises us, but also take the most energetic measures to arm the proletariat in actual fact, as the Third Party Congress made it incumbent upon us to do. It is easier on this issue than on any other to reach agreement with the section that has split off from the party, as well as with the national social democratic organizations, such as, for example, the Armenian Federalists and others who have set themselves the same object. Such an attempt has already been made in Baku, where after the February massacre our committee, the Balakani Bibiabat Group and the Nchik Committee 39 set up among themselves an organizing committee for procuring arms. It is absolutely essential that this difficult and responsible undertaking be organized by joint efforts, and we believe that factional interests should. 137. Least of all hinder the amalgamation of all the social democratic forces on this ground. In addition to increasing stocks of arms and organizing their procurement and manufacture, it is necessary to devote most serious attention to the task of organizing fighting squads of every kind for the purpose of utilizing the arms that are being procured. Under no circumstances should actions such as distributing arms directly to the masses be resorted to. In view of the fact that our resources are limited and that it is extremely difficult to conceal weapons from the vigilant eyes of the police, we shall be unable to arm any considerable section of the population, and all our efforts will be wasted. It will be quite different when we set up a special fighting organization. Our fighting squads will learn to handle their weapons, and during the uprising, irrespective of whether it breaks out spontaneously or is prepared beforehand, they will come out as the chief and leading units around which the insurgent people will rally, and under whose leadership they will march into battle. Thanks to their experience and organization, and also to the fact that they will be well armed, it will be possible to utilize all the forces of the insurgent people and thereby achieve the immediate object, the arming of the entire people and the execution of the pre-arranged plan of action. They will quickly capture various stores of arms, government and public offices, the post office, the telephone exchange, and so forth, which will be necessary for the further development of the revolution. But these fighting squads will be needed not only when the revolutionary uprising has already spread over the whole town, their role will be no less important. 138. On the eve of the uprising. During the past 6 months it has become convincingly clear to us that the autocracy, which has discredited itself in the eyes of all classes of the population, has concentrated all its energy on mobilizing the dark forces of the country, professional hooligans, or the ignorant and fanatical elements among the Tatars, for the purpose of fighting the revolutionaries. Armed and protected by the police, they are terrorizing the population and creating a tense atmosphere for the liberation movement. Our fighting organizations must always be ready to offer due resistance to all the attempts made by these dark forces, and must try to convert the anger and the resistance called forth by their actions into an anti-government movement. The armed fighting squads, ready to go out into the streets and take their place at the head of the masses of the people at any moment, can easily achieve the object set by the Third Congress to organize armed resistance to the actions of the Black Hundreds, and generally, of all reactionary elements led by the government. 41 of the main tasks of our fighting squads, and of military technical organization in general, should be to draw up the plan of the uprising for their particular districts and coordinate it with the plan drawn up by the party center for the whole of Russia. Ascertain the enemy's weakest spots, choose the points from which the attack against him is to be launched, distribute all the forces over the district and thoroughly study the topography of the town. All this must be done beforehand, so that we shall not be taken by surprise under 139 any circumstances. It is totally inappropriate here to go into a detailed analysis of this aspect of our organization's activity. Strict secrecy in drawing up the plan of action must be accompanied by the widest possible dissemination among the proletariat of military technical knowledge which is absolutely necessary for conducting street fighting. For this purpose we must utilize the services of the military men in the organization. For this purpose also we must utilize the services of a number of other comrades who will be extremely useful in this matter because of their natural talent and inclinations. Only such thorough preparation for insurrection can ensure for social democracy the leading role in the forthcoming battles between the people and the autocracy. Only complete fighting preparedness will enable the proletariat to transform the isolated clashes with the police and the troops into a nationwide uprising with the object of setting up a provisional revolutionary government in place of the Tsarist government. The supporters of the Kvostist policy notwithstanding, the organized proletariat will exert all its efforts to concentrate both the technical and political leadership of the uprising in its own hands. This leadership is the essential condition which will enable us to utilize the impending revolution in the interests of our class struggle. Proletariatsportzilla, No. 10, July 15, 1905. Unsigned, translated from the Georgian. The Provisional Revolutionary Government and Social Democracy. 41. The People's Revolution is gaining impetus. The proletariat is arming and raising the banner of revolt. The peasantry are straightening their backs and rallying around the proletariat. The time is not far distant when the general uprising will break out, and the hated throne of the hated Tsar will be swept from the face of the earth. The Tsarist government will be overthrown. On its ruins will be set up the government of the revolution, the provisional revolutionary government, which will disarm the dark forces, arm the people and immediately proceed to convoke a constituent assembly. Thus, the rule of the Tsar will give way to the rule of the people. That is the path which the people's revolution is now taking. What must the provisional government do? It must disarm the dark forces, curb the enemies of the revolution so that they shall not be able to restore the Tsarist autocracy. It must arm the people and help to carry the revolution through to the end. It must introduce freedom of speech, of the press, of assembly, and so forth. It must abolish indirect taxes and introduce a progressive profits tax and progressive death duties. It must 141. Organize peasant committees which will settle the land question in the countryside. It must also disestablish the church and secularize education. In addition to these general demands, the provisional government must also satisfy the class demands of the workers, freedom to strike and freedom of association, the 8-hour day, state insurance for workers, hygienic conditions of labor, establishment of labor exchanges, and so forth. In short, the provisional government must fully carry out our minimum program and immediately proceed to convene a popular constituent assembly which will give perpetual legal force to the changes that will have taken place in social life. Who should constitute the provisional government? The revolution will be brought about by the people, and the people are the proletariat and the peasantry. Clearly, it is they who should undertake the task of carrying the revolution through to the end, of curbing the reaction, of arming the people, and so forth. To achieve all this, the proletariat and the peasantry must have champions of their interests in the provisional government. The proletariat and the peasantry will dominate in the streets, they will shed their blood clearly. Therefore, they should dominate in the provisional government too. All this is true, we are told, but what is there in common between the proletariat and the peasantry? Common between them is their hatred of the survivals of serfdom, the life and death struggle they are 142. Waging against the Tsarist government, their desire for a democratic republic. This, however, cannot make us forget the truth that the differences between them are much greater. What are these differences? That the proletariat is the enemy of private property, it hates the bourgeois system, and it needs a democratic republic only in order to muster its forces for the purpose of overthrowing the bourgeois regime, whereas the peasantry are tied to private property, are bound to the bourgeois system, and need a democratic republic in order to strengthen the foundations of the bourgeois regime. Needless to say, the peasantry * will go against the proletariat only insofar as the proletariat will want to abolish private property. On the other hand, it is also clear that the peasantry will support the proletariat only insofar as the proletariat will want to overthrow the autocracy. The present revolution is a bourgeois revolution, i.e., it does not affect private property, hence, at present the peasantry have no reason for turning their weapons against the proletariat. But the present revolution totally rejects Tsarist rule, hence, it is in the peasants' interests resolutely to join the proletariat, the leading force of the revolution. Clearly, also, it is in the proletariat's interests to support the peasantry and jointly with them attack the common enemy, the Tsarist government. It is not for nothing that the great Engels says that before the victory of the democratic revolution the proletariat must attack the existing system, i.e., the petty bourgeoisie. 143. Side by side with the petty bourgeoisie *, and if our victory cannot be called a victory until the enemies of the revolution are completely curbed, if it is the duty of the provisional government to curb the enemy and arm the people, if the provisional government must undertake the task of consummating the victory, then it is self-evident that, in addition to those who champion the interests of the petty bourgeoisie, the provisional government must include representatives of the proletariat to champion its interests. It would be sheer lunacy if the proletariat, acting as the leader of the revolution, left it entirely to the petty bourgeoisie to carry the revolution to its end. This would be self-betrayal. It must not be forgotten, however, that the proletariat, as the enemy of private property, must have its own party, and must not turn aside from its path for a single moment. In other words, the proletariat and the peasantry must by their combined efforts put an end to the Tsarist government, by their combined efforts they must curb the enemies of the revolution, and precisely for this reason not only the peasantry, but the proletariat also must have champions of its interests, social democrats, in the provisional government. This is so clear and obvious that one would think it would be unnecessary to talk about it. But out steps the minority and, having doubts about this, obstinately reiterates, it is unbecoming for social democracy to be represented in the provisional government, it is contrary to principles. Let us examine this question. What are the arguments of the minority? First of all, they refer to the Amsterdam Congress. 42. This Congress, in opposition to Jorisism, passed a resolution to the effect that socialists must not seek representation in bourgeois governments, and as the provisional government will be a bourgeois government, it will be improper for us to be represented in it. That is how the minority argues, failing to realize that if the decision of the Congress is to be interpreted in this schoolboy fashion, we should take no part in the revolution either. It works out like this: we are enemies of the bourgeoisie, the present revolution is a bourgeois revolution, hence, we should take no part in this revolution. This is the path to which the logic of the minority is pushing us. Social democracy says, however, that we proletarians should not only take part in the present revolution, but also be at the head of it, guide it, and carry it through to the end. But it will be impossible to carry the revolution through to the end unless we are represented in the provisional government. Obviously, the logic of the minority has not a leg to stand on. One of two things: either we, copying the liberals, must reject the idea that the proletariat is the leader of the revolution, and in that case the question of our going into the provisional government automatically falls away, or we must openly recognize this social democratic idea and thereby recognize the necessity of our going into the provisional government. The minority, however, do not wish to break with either side, they wish to be both liberal and social democratic. How pitilessly they are outraging innocent logic. The Amsterdam Congress, however, had in mind the 145 permanent government of France and not a provisional revolutionary government. The government of France is a reactionary, conservative government. It protects the old and fights the new. It goes without saying that no true social democrat will join such a government, but a provisional government is revolutionary and progressive. It fights the old and clears the road for the new. It serves the interests of the revolution, and it goes without saying that the true social democrat will go into such a government and take an active part in consummating the cause of the revolution. As you see, these are different things. Consequently, it is useless for the minority to clutch at the Amsterdam Congress, that will not save it. Evidently, the minority realizes this itself and, therefore, comes out with another argument. It appeals to the shades of Marx and Engels. Thus, for example, Social Democrat obstinately reiterates that Marx and Engels emphatically repudiated the idea of entering a provisional government. But where and when did they repudiate this? What does Marx say, for example? It appears that Marx says that the democratic petty bourgeois preach to the proletariat the establishment of a large opposition party which will embrace all shades of opinion in the Democratic Party. That such a union would turn out solely to their advantage and altogether to the disadvantage of the proletariat, etc. 43. In short, the proletariat must have a separate class party. But who is opposed to this, learned critic? Why are you tilling at windmills? Nevertheless, the critic goes on quoting Marx. In the case of a struggle against a common adversary, no special union is required. As soon as such an adversary has to be fought directly, the interests of both parties, for the moment, coincide, and this association, calculated to last only for the moment, will arise of itself. During the struggle and after the struggle, the workers must, at every opportunity, put forward their own needs alongside of the needs of the bourgeois democrats. In a word, from the first moment of victory, mistrust must be directed against the workers' previous allies, against the party that wishes to exploit the common victory for itself alone. In other words, the proletariat must pursue its own road and support the petty bourgeoisie only in so far as this does not run counter to its own interests. But who is opposed to this, astonishing critic? And why did you have to refer to the words of Marx? Does Marx say anything about a provisional revolutionary government? Not a word. Does Marx say that entering a provisional government during the democratic revolution is opposed to our principles? Not a word. Why then does our author go into such childish raptures? Where did he dig up this contradiction in principle between us and Marx? Poor critic. He puffs and strains in the effort to find such a contradiction, but to his chagrin nothing comes of it. What does Engels say according to the Mensheviks? It appears that in a letter to Turati he says that the impending revolution in Italy will be a petty bourgeois and not a socialist revolution, that before its victory the *C Social Democrat, number 5. 147. Proletariat must come out against the existing regime jointly with the petty bourgeoisie, but must, without fail, have its own party, that it would be extremely dangerous for the socialists to enter the new government after the victory of the revolution. If they did that they would repeat the blunder made by Louis Blanc and other French socialists in 1848, etc. In other words, in so far as the Italian Revolution will be a democratic and not a socialist revolution, it would be a great mistake to dream of the rule of the proletariat and remain in the government after the victory. Only before the victory can the proletariat come out jointly with the petty bourgeoisie against the common enemy. But who is arguing against this? Who says that we must confuse the democratic revolution with the socialist revolution? What was the purpose of referring to Turati, a follower of Bernstein? Or why was it necessary to recall Louis Blanc? Louis Blanc was a petty bourgeois socialist. We are discussing social democrats. There was no social democratic party in Louis Blanc's time, but here we are discussing precisely such a party. The French socialists had in view the conquest of political power. What interests us here is the question of entering a provisional government. Did Engels say that entering a provisional government during a democratic revolution is opposed to our principles? He said nothing of the kind. Then what is all this talk about, Mr. Menshevik? How is it you fail to understand that to confuse questions is not to solve them? And why did you have to trouble the shades of Marx and Engels for nothing? Evidently, the minority realizes that the names of Marx and Engels will not save it, and so now it clutches at a third argument. You want to put a double curb on the enemies of the revolution, the minority tells us. You want the pressure of the proletariat upon the revolution to come not only from below, not only from the streets, but also from above, from the chambers of the provisional government. But this is opposed to principle, the minority tells us reproachfully. Thus, the minority asserts that we must influence the course of the revolution only from below. The majority, however, is of the opinion that we must supplement action from below with action from above in order that the pressure should come from all sides. Who, then, is opposing the principle of social democracy, the majority or the minority? Let us turn to Engels. In the 70s an uprising broke out in Spain. The question of a provisional revolutionary government came up. At that time the Bakuninists were active there. They repudiated all action from above, and this gave rise to a controversy between them and Engels. The Bakuninists preached the very thing that the minority are saying today. The Bakuninists, says Engels, for years had been propagating the idea that all revolutionary action from above downward was pernicious, and that everything must be organized and carried out from below upward. In their opinion, every organization of a political, so-called provisional or revolutionary power, could only be a new fraud and would be as dangerous to the proletariat as all now existing governments. Engels ridicules this view and says that life has ruthlessly refuted this doctrine of the Bakuninists. The Bakuninists were obliged to yield to the demands of life and they, wholly against their anarchist principles, had to form a revolutionary government. Thus, they trampled upon the dogma which they had only just proclaimed, that the establishment of the revolutionary government was only a deception and a new betrayal of the working class. This is what Engels says. It turns out, therefore, that the principle of the minority action only from below is an anarchist principle, which does, indeed, fundamentally contradict social democratic tactics. The view of the minority that participation in a provisional government in any way would be fatal to the workers is an anarchist phrase, which Engels ridiculed in his day. It also turns out that life will refute the views of the minority and will easily smash them as it did in the case of the Bakuninists. The minority, however, persists in its obstinacy. We shall not go against our principles, it says. These people have a queer idea of what social democratic principles are. Let us take, for example, their principles as regards the provisional revolutionary government and the State Duma. The minority is against entering a provisional government brought into being in the interests of the revolution. This is opposed to principles, it says. But it is in favor of entering the State Duma, which was brought into being in the interests of the autocracy that, it appears, is not opposed to principles. The minority is against entering a provisional government which the revolutionary people will set up, and to which the people will give legal sanction that is opposed to principles, it says. But it is in favor of entering the State Duma which is convoked by the autocratic Tsar and to which the Tsar gives legal sanction that, it appears, is not opposed to principles. The minority is against entering a provisional government whose mission it will be to bury the autocracy that is opposed to principles. But it is in favor of entering the State Duma, whose mission it is to bolster up the autocracy that, it appears, is not opposed to principles. What principles are you talking about, most esteemed gentlemen? the principles of the liberals or of the Social Democrats? You would do very well if you gave a straight answer to this question. We have our doubts. But let us leave these questions. The point is that in its quest for principles the minority has slipped onto the path of the anarchists. That has now become clear. 2. Our Mensheviks did not like the resolutions that were adopted by the Third Party Congress. Their genuinely revolutionary meaning stirred up the Menshevik 151 march and stimulated in it an appetite for criticism. Evidently, it was the resolution on the Provisional Revolutionary Government that mainly disturbed their opportunist minds, and they set out to destroy it. But as they were unable to find anything in it to clutch at and criticize, they resorted to their customary and, it must be said, cheap weapon demagogy. This resolution was drawn up as a bait for the workers, to deceive and dazzle them, write these critics. And, evidently, they are very pleased with the fuss they are making. They imagine that they have struck their opponent dead, that they are victor critics, and they exclaim, and they want to lead the proletariat. You look at these critics and before your eyes rises the hero in Gogol's story who, in a state of mental aberration, imagined that he was the king of Spain. Such is the fate of all megalomaniacs. Let us examine the actual criticism which we find in Social Democrat, number 5. As you know already, our Mensheviks cannot think of the bloody specter of a provisional revolutionary government without fear and trembling, and so they call upon their saints, the Martinovs and Akamovs, to rid them of this monster and to replace it by the Zemsky Sobor, now by the State Duma. With this object they laud the Zemsky Sobor to the skies and try to palm off this rotten offspring of rotten Tsarism as good coin of the realm. We know that the great French Revolution established a republic without having a provisional government, they write. Is that all? Don't you know any more than that, esteemed gentlemen? It is very little. You really ought to know a little more. You ought to know, for example, that the 152 Great French Revolution triumphed as a bourgeois revolutionary movement, whereas the Russian revolutionary movement will triumph as the movement of the workers or will not triumph at all, as G. Plekhanov quite rightly says. In France, the bourgeoisie was at the head of the revolution, in Russia, it is the proletariat. There, the former guided the destiny of the revolution, here it is the latter. And is it not clear that with such a realignment of the leading revolutionary forces the results cannot be identical for the respective classes? If, in France, the bourgeoisie, being at the head of the revolution, reaped its fruits, must it also reap them in Russia, notwithstanding the fact that the proletariat stands at the head of the revolution? Yes, say our Mensheviks, what took place there, in France, must also take place here, in Russia. These gentlemen, like undertakers, take the measure of one long dead and apply it to the living. Moreover, in doing so they resorted to a rather big fraud, they cut off the head of the subject that interests us and shifted the point of the controversy to its tail. We, like all revolutionary Social Democrats, are talking about establishing a democratic republic. They, however, hid the word democratic and began to talk large about a republic. We know that the great French Revolution established a republic, they preach. Yes, it established a republic, but what kind of republic? A truly democratic one? The kind that the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party is demanding? Did that republic grant the people the right of universal suffrage? Were the elections at that time really direct? Was a progressive income tax introduced? Was anything said there about improving conditions of labor, shortening the working day, higher 153 wages and so forth? No. There was nothing of the kind there, nor could there have been, for at that time the workers lacked social democratic education. That is why their interests were forgotten and ignored by the bourgeoisie in the French Republic of that time. And is it before such a republic that you bow your highly respected heads, gentlemen? Is this your ideal? You are welcome to it. But remember, esteemed gentlemen, that worshipping such a republic has nothing in common with social democracy and its program. It is democratism of the worst sort. And you are smuggling all this in under the label of social democracy. Furthermore, the Mensheviks ought to know that the Russian bourgeoisie with their Zemsky Sobor will not even grant us a republic such as was introduced in France. It has no intention whatever of abolishing the monarchy. Knowing how insolent the workers are where there is no monarchy, it is striving to keep this fortress intact and to convert it into its own weapon against its uncompromising foe, the proletariat. This is its object in negotiating in the name of the people with the butcher Tsar and advising him to convoke a Zemsky Sobor in the interests of the country and the throne, and in order to avert anarchy. Are you Mensheviks really unaware of all this? We need a republic not like the one introduced by the French bourgeoisie in the 18th century, but like the one the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party is demanding in the 20th century. And such a republic can be created only by a victorious popular uprising, headed by the proletariat, and by the provisional revolutionary government which it sets up. Only. 154. Such a provisional government can provisionally carry out our minimum program and submit changes of this nature for endorsement to the Constituent Assembly which it convokes. Our critics do not believe that a Constituent Assembly convoked in conformity with our program could express the will of the people. Rich and influential persons, continue the critics, possess so many means of wangling the elections in their favor that all talk about the actual will of the people is absolutely beside the point. To prevent poor voters from becoming instruments for expressing the will of the rich, a tremendous struggle must be waged and a long period of party discipline is needed. All this has not been achieved even in Europe in spite of its long period of political training. And yet our Bolsheviks think that this talisman lies in the hands of a provisional government. This is Kvostism indeed. Here you have a life-size picture of their late majesties, the tactics process and the organization process. It is impossible to demand in Russia what has not yet been achieved in Europe, the critics tell us for our edification. But we know that our minimum program has not been fully achieved in Europe, or even in America. Consequently, in the opinion of the Mensheviks, whoever accepts it and fights for its achievement in Russia after the fall of the autocracy is an incorrigible dreamer, a miserable Don Quixote. In short, our minimum program is false and utopian. 155. And has nothing in common with real life. Isn't that so, Messieurs critics? That is what it appears to be according to you. But in that case, show more courage and say so openly, without equivocation. We shall then know whom we are dealing with, and you will rid yourselves of the program formalities which you so heartily detest. As it is, you talk so timidly and furtively about the program being of little importance that many people, except, of course, the Bolsheviks, still think that you recognize the Russian Social Democratic program that was adopted at the Second Party Congress. What's the use of this hypocritical conduct? This brings us right down to the roots of our disagreements. You do not believe in our program and you challenge its correctness. We, however, always take it as our starting point and coordinate all our activities with it. We believe that rich and influential persons will not be able to bribe and fool all the people if there is freedom for election propaganda, for we shall counter their influence and their gold with the words of social democratic truth, and thereby we shall reduce the effect of the fraudulent tricks of the bourgeoisie. You, however, do not believe this, and are, therefore, trying to pull the revolution in the direction of reformism. In 1848, continue the critics, the provisional government in France, in which there were also workers, convoked a constituent assembly to which not a single representative of the Paris proletariat was elected. This is another example of utter failure to understand social democratic theory and of 156. The stereotyped conception of history. What is the use of flinging phrases about? Although there were workers in the provisional government in France, nothing came of it. Therefore, social democracy in Russia must refrain from entering a provisional government because here, too, nothing will come of it, argue the critics. But is it a matter of workers entering the provisional government? Do we say that any kind of workers, no matter of what trend, should go into the provisional revolutionary government? No. So far we have not become your followers and do not supply every worker with a social democratic certificate. It never entered our heads to call the workers who were in the French provisional government members of the Social Democratic Party. What is the use of this misplaced analogy? What comparison can there be between the political consciousness of the French proletariat in 1848 and the political consciousness of the Russian proletariat at the present time? Did the French proletariat of that time come out even once in a political demonstration against the existing system? Did it ever celebrate the 1st of May under the slogan of fighting against the bourgeois system? Was it organized in a social democratic labor party? Did it have the program of social democracy? We know that it did not. The French proletariat had not even an inkling of all this. The question is, therefore, could the French proletariat at that time reap the fruits of the revolution to the same extent that the Russian proletariat can, a proletariat that has long been organized in a social democratic party, has a very definite social democratic program, and is consciously laying the road towards its goal? Anyone who is in the least capable of 157. Standing realities will answer this question in the negative. Only those who are capable of learning historical facts by rote, but are incapable of explaining their causes in conformity with place and time can identify these two different magnitudes. We need, the critics preach to us again and again, violence on the part of the people, uninterrupted revolution, and we must not be satisfied with elections and then disperse to our homes. Again slander. Who told you, esteemed gentlemen, that we shall be satisfied with elections and then disperse to our homes? Mention his name. Our critics are also upset by our demand that the provisional revolutionary government should carry out our minimum program, and they exclaim, this reveals complete ignorance of the subject. The point is that the political and economic demands in our program can be achieved only by means of legislation, but a provisional government is not a legislative body. Reading this prosecutor's speech against infringement of the law, one begins to wonder whether this article was not contributed to the Social Democrat by some liberal bourgeois who stands in awe before the law. How else can one explain the bourgeois sophistry it expresses to the effect that a provisional revolutionary government has no right to abolish old and introduce new laws? Does not this argument smack of vulgar liberalism? And is it not strange to hear it coming from the mouth of a revolutionary? It reminds us of the man who was condemned to be beheaded and who begged that care should be taken not to touch the pimple on his neck. However, everything can be forgiven the critics who cannot distinguish between a provisional revolutionary government and an ordinary cabinet. What is a cabinet? The result of the existence of a permanent government. What is a provisional revolutionary government? The result of the destruction of a permanent government. The former puts existing laws into operation with the aid of a standing army. The latter abolishes the existing laws and in place of them gives legal sanction to the will of the revolution with the assistance of the insurgent people. What is there in common between the two? Let us assume that the revolution has triumphed and that the victorious people have set up a provisional revolutionary government. The question arises, what is this government to do if it has no right to abolish and introduce laws? Wait for the Constituent Assembly? But the convocation of this assembly also demands the introduction of new laws such as universal, direct, etc., suffrage, freedom of speech, of the press, of assembly, and so forth. And all this is contained in our minimum program. If the provisional revolutionary government is unable to put it into practice, what will it be guided by in convening the Constituent Assembly? 159. Not by a program drawn up by Bulletin 45 and sanctioned by Nicholas II, surely. Let us assume also that, after suffering heavy losses owing to lack of arms, the victorious people calls upon the provisional revolutionary government to abolish the standing army and to arm the people in order to combat counter-revolution. At that moment the Mensheviks come out and say, it is not the function of this department but of another, the Constituent Assembly, to abolish the standing army and to arm the people. Appeal to that other department. Don't demand action that infringes the law, etc. Fine councillors, indeed. Let us now see on what grounds the Mensheviks deprive the Provisional Revolutionary Government of legal capacity. Firstly, on the ground that it is not a legislative body, and secondly, that if it passes laws, the Constituent Assembly will have nothing to do. Such is the disgraceful result of the arguments of these political infants. It appears that they do not even know that, pending the setting up of a permanent government, the triumphant revolution, and the provisional revolutionary government which expresses its will, are the masters of the situation and, consequently, can abolish old and introduce new laws. If this were not the case, if the provisional revolutionary government lacked these powers, there would be no reason for its existence, and the insurgent people would not set up such a body. Strange that the Mensheviks have forgotten the ABC of revolution. The Mensheviks ask, what will the Constituent Assembly do if our minimum program is carried out by the provisional revolutionary government? Are you 160. Afraid that it will suffer from unemployment, esteemed gentlemen? Don't be afraid. It will have plenty of work to do. It will sanction the changes brought about by the provisional revolutionary government with the assistance of the insurgent people and will draft a constitution for the country, and our minimum program will be only a part of it. That is what we shall demand from the Constituent Assembly. They cannot conceive of a split between the petty bourgeoisie and the workers, a split that will also affect the elections, and, consequently, the provisional government will want to oppress the working class voters for the benefit of its own class, write the critics. Who can understand this wisdom? What is the meaning of, the provisional government will want to oppress the working class voters for the benefit of its own class? What provisional government are they talking about? What windmills are these Don Quixotes tilting at? Has anybody said that if the petty bourgeoisie is in sole control of the provisional revolutionary government it will protect the interests of the workers? Why ascribe one's own nonsense to others? We say that under certain circumstances it is permissible for our social democratic delegates to enter a provisional revolutionary government together with the representatives of the democracy. That being the case, if we are discussing a provisional revolutionary government which includes social democrats, how is it possible to call it petty bourgeois in composition? We base our arguments in favor of entering a provisional revolutionary government on the fact that, in the main, the carrying out of our minimum program does not run counter to 161. The interests of the democracy, the peasantry and the urban petty bourgeoisie, and, therefore, we deem it possible to carry it out in conjunction with the democracy. If, however, the democracy hinders the carrying out of some of its points, our delegates, backed by their voters, the proletariat, in the street, will try to carry this program out by force, if that force is available. As you see, social democracy must enter the provisional revolutionary government precisely in order to champion social democratic views in it, i.e., to prevent the other classes from encroaching upon the interests of the proletariat. The representatives of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party in the Provisional Revolutionary Government will proclaim war not upon the proletariat, as the Mensheviks imagine in their folly, but, jointly with the proletariat, upon the enemies of the proletariat. But what do you, Mensheviks, care about all this? What do you care about the revolution and its provisional government? Your place is in the St. Asterisk. Part I of this article was published in Proletariat Sportzilla, number 11, August 15, 1905. Part II is published for the first time unsigned. Translated from the Georgian. 46. First of all, I must apologize to the reader for being late with this reply. It could not be helped, circumstances obliged me to work in another field, and I was compelled to put off my answer for a time. You yourselves know that we cannot dispose of ourselves as we please. I must also say the following: many people think that the author of the pamphlet briefly about the disagreements in the party was the Union Committee and not one individual. I must state that I am the author of that pamphlet. The Union Committee acted only as editor. And now to the point. My opponent accuses me of being unable to see the subject of the controversy, of obscuring the issue, and he says that the controversy centers around organizational and not programmatic questions. Only a little observation is needed to reveal that the author's assertion is false. The fact is that my pamphlet was an answer to the first number of the Social Democrat. The pamphlet had already been sent to the press when the second number of the Social Democrat appeared. What does the author say in the first number? Only that the majority has taken the stand of idealism. See a reply to the Union Committee, 47 p4. 163. And that this stand fundamentally contradicts Marxism. Here there is not even a hint of organizational questions. What was I to say in reply? Only what I did say, namely, that the stand of the majority is that of genuine Marxism, and if the minority has failed to understand this, it shows that it has itself retreated from genuine Marxism. That is what anybody who understands anything about polemics would have answered. But the author persists in asking, why don't you deal with organizational questions? I do not deal with those questions, my dear philosopher, because you yourself did not then say a word about them. One cannot answer questions that have not yet been raised. Clearly, obscuring the issue, hushing up the subject of the controversy, and so forth, are the author's inventions. On the other hand, I have grounds for suspecting that the author himself is hushing up certain questions. He says that the controversy centers around organizational questions, but there are also disagreements between us on tactical questions, which are far more important than disagreements on organizational questions. Our critic, however, does not say a word about these disagreements in his pamphlet. Now this is exactly what is called obscuring the issue. What do I say in my pamphlet? Modern social life is built on capitalist lines. There exist two large classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and between them a life and death struggle is going on. The conditions of life of the bourgeoisie compel it to strengthen the capitalist system. But the conditions of life of the proletariat compel it to undermine the capitalist system, to destroy it. Corresponding to these two classes, two kinds of consciousness are worked out. 164. The bourgeois and the socialist. Socialist consciousness corresponds to the position of the proletariat. Hence, the proletariat accepts this consciousness, assimilates it, and fights the capitalist system with redoubled vigor. Needless to say, if there were no capitalism and no class struggle, there would be no socialist consciousness. But the question now is, who is able to work out this socialist consciousness? Koski says, and I repeat his idea, that the masses of proletarians, as long as they remain proletarians, have neither the time nor the opportunity to work out socialist consciousness. Modern socialist consciousness can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge, says Koski. The vehicles of science are the intellectuals, including, for example, Marx, Engels and others, who have both the time and opportunity to put themselves in the van of science and work out socialist consciousness. Clearly, socialist consciousness is worked out by a few social democratic intellectuals who possess the time and opportunity to do so. But what importance can socialist consciousness have in itself if it is not disseminated among the proletariat? It can remain only an empty phrase. Things will take an altogether different turn when that consciousness is disseminated among the proletariat. The proletariat will become conscious of its position and will more rapidly move towards the socialist way of life. It is here that social democracy comes in and introduces socialist consciousness into the working class movement. This is what Koski has in mind when he says socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without. Thus, socialist consciousness is worked out by a few social democratic intellectuals. But this consciousness is introduced into the working class movement by the entire social democracy, which lends the spontaneous proletarian struggle a conscious character. That is what I discuss in my pamphlet. Such is the stand taken by Marxism and, with it, by the majority. What does my opponent advance in opposition to this? Properly speaking, nothing of importance. He devotes himself more to hurling abuse than to elucidating the question. Evidently, he is very angry. He does not dare to raise questions openly, he gives no straight answer to them, but cravenly evades the issue, hypocritically obscures clearly formulated questions, and at the same time assures everybody, I have explained all the questions at one stroke. Thus, for example, the author does not even raise the question of the elaboration of socialist consciousness, and does not dare to say openly whose side he takes on this question, Koskai's or the economists'. True, in the first number of the Social Democrat our critic made rather bold statements, at that time he openly spoke in the language of the economists. But what can one do? Then he was in one mood, now he is in a different mood, and instead of criticizing, he evades this issue, perhaps because he realizes that he is wrong, but he does not dare openly to admit his mistake. In general, our author has found himself between two fires. He is at a loss as to which side to take. If he takes the side of the economists he must break with Koskai and Marxism, which is not to his advantage. If, however, he breaks with economism and takes Koskai's side, he must subscribe to what the majority says, but he lacks the courage to do this. And so he remains between two fires. What could our critic do? He decided that the best thing is to say nothing, and, indeed, he cravenly evades the issue that was raised above. What does the author say about introducing consciousness? Here, too, he betrays the same vacillation and cowardice. He shuffles the question and declares with great aplomb, Koskai does not say that intellectuals introduce socialism into the working class from without. Excellent, but neither do we Bolsheviks say that, Mr. Critic. Why did you have to tilt at windmills? How is it you cannot understand that in our opinion, the opinion of the Bolsheviks, socialist consciousness is introduced into the working class movement by social democracy *, and not only by social democratic intellectuals? Why do you think that the Social Democratic Party consists exclusively of intellectuals? Do you not know that there are many more advanced workers than intellectuals in the ranks of social democracy? Cannot social democratic workers introduce socialist consciousness into the working class movement? Evidently, the author himself realizes that his proof is unconvincing, and so he passes on to other proof. Our critic continues as follows, Koskai writes. Together with the proletariat there arises of natural necessity a socialist tendency among the proletarians themselves as well as among those who adopt the proletarian standpoint. This explains the rise of socialist strivings. Hence, it is obvious, comments our critic, that socialism is not introduced among the proletariat from without, but, on the contrary, emanates from the proletariat and enters the heads of those who adopt the views of the proletariat. Thus writes our critic, and he imagines that he has explained the matter. What do Koskai's words mean? Only that socialist strivings automatically arise among the proletariat. And this is true, of course. But we are not discussing socialist strivings, but socialist consciousness. What is there in common between the two? Are strivings and consciousness the same thing? Cannot the author distinguish between socialist tendencies and socialist consciousness? And is it not a sign of paucity of ideas when, from what Koskai says, he deduces that socialism is not introduced from without? What is there in common between the rise of socialist tendencies and the introducing of socialist consciousness? Did not this same Koskai say that socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without? 168. Evidently, the author realizes that he is in a false position, and in conclusion he is obliged to add, it does indeed follow from the quotation from Koskai that socialist consciousness is introduced into the class struggle from without. Nevertheless, he does not dare openly and boldly to admit this scientific truth. Here, too, our Menshevik betrays the same vacillation and cowardice in the face of logic as he did before. Such is the ambiguous reply Mr. Critic gives to the two major questions. What can be said about the other, minor questions that automatically emerge from these big questions? It will be better if the reader himself compares my pamphlet with our author's pamphlet. But one other question must be dealt with. If we are to believe the author, our opinion is that the split took place because the Congress did not elect Axelrod, Zasulich, and Starover as editors. And, consequently, that we deny the split, conceal how deeply it affects principle, and present the entire opposition as if it were a case of 3 rebellious editors. Here the author is again confusing the issue. As a matter of fact, 2 questions are raised here, the cause of the split, and the form in which the disagreements manifested themselves. To the first question I give the following straight answer: it is now clear on what grounds the disagreements in the party arose. As is evident, 2 trends have appeared in our party, the trend of proletarian firmness, and the trend of intellectual wavering. And this intellectual wavering is expressed by the present minority. 169. Asterisk. As you see, here I attribute the disagreements to the existence of an intellectual and a proletarian trend in our party and not to the conduct of Martov Axelrod. The conduct of Martov and the others is merely an expression of intellectual wavering. But evidently, our Menshevik failed to understand this passage in my pamphlet. As regards the second question, I did, indeed, say, and always shall say, that the leaders of the minority shed tears over front seats and lent the struggle within the party precisely such a form. Our author refuses to admit this. It is, nevertheless, a fact that the leaders of the minority proclaimed a boycott of the party, openly demanded seats on the Central Committee, on the Central Organ and on the Party Council and, in addition, declared, "We present these terms as the only ones that will enable the party to avoid a conflict which will threaten its very existence." What does this mean if not that the leaders of the minority inscribed on their banner, not an ideological struggle, but a struggle for seats? It is common knowledge that nobody prevented them from conducting a struggle around ideas and principles. Did not the Bolsheviks say to them, "Establish your own organ and defend your views, the party can provide you with such an organ"? Why did they not agree to this if they were really interested in principles and not in front seats? We call all this the political spinelessness of the Menshevik leaders. Do not be offended, gentlemen, when we call a spade a spade. Formerly, the leaders of the minority did not disagree with Marxism and Lenin on the point that socialist consciousness is introduced into the working class movement from without. But later they began to waver and launched a struggle against Lenin, burning what they had worshipped the day before. I called that swinging from one side to another. Do not be offended at this either, messieurs Mensheviks. Yesterday you worshipped the centers and hurled thunderbolts at us because, as you said, we expressed lack of confidence in the Central Committee. But today you are undermining not only the centers, but centralism. I call this lack of principle, and I hope you will not be angry with me for this either, messieurs Mensheviks. If we combine such features as political spinelessness, fighting for seats, vacillation, lack of principle and others of the same kind, we shall get a certain general feature known as intellectual wavering, and it is primarily intellectuals who suffer from this. Clearly, intellectual wavering is the ground on which fighting for seats, lack of principle, and so forth, arise. The vacillation of the intellectuals, however, springs from their social position. That is how we explain the party split. Do you understand at last, dear author, what difference there is between the cause of the split and the forms it assumes? I have my doubts. Such is the absurd and ambiguous stand taken by the Social Democrat and its queer critic. On the other hand, this critic displays great daring in another field. In his pamphlet of 8 pages, he manages to 171. Tell 8 lies about the Bolsheviks, and such lies that they make you laugh. You do not believe it? Here are the facts. First lie. In the author's opinion, Lenin wants to restrict the party, to convert it into a narrow organization of professionals. But Lenin says, it should not be thought that party organizations must consist solely of professional revolutionaries. We need the most diversified organizations of every type, rank and shade, from extremely narrow and secret organizations to very broad and free ones. Second lie. According to the author, Lenin wants to bring into the party only committee members. But Lenin says, all groups, circles, subcommittees, etc., must enjoy the status of committee institutions, or of branches of committees. Some of them will openly express a wish to join the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party and, provided that this is endorsed by the committee, will join it. 48 Third lie. In the author's opinion, Lenin is demanding the establishment of the domination of intellectuals in the party. But Lenin says, the committees should contain, as far as possible, all the principal leaders of the working class movement from among the workers themselves, i.e., the voices of the advanced workers must predominate not only in all other organizations, but also in the committees. Fourth lie. The author says that the passage quoted on page 12 of my pamphlet, the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism, etc., is entirely a fabrication. As a matter of fact, I simply took and translated this passage from What Is to Be Done? This is what we read in that book, on page 29, the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism, but the more widespread bourgeois ideology nevertheless spontaneously imposes itself upon the working class still more. This is the passage that is translated on page 12 of my pamphlet. This is what our critic called a fabrication. I do not know whether to ascribe this to the author's absent-mindedness or chicanery. Fifth lie. In the author's opinion, Lenin does not say anywhere that the workers strive towards socialism of natural necessity. But Lenin says that the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism. Sixth lie. The author ascribes to me the idea that socialism is introduced into the working class from without by the intelligentsia, whereas I say that social democracy introduces socialist consciousness into the movement. Seventh lie. In the author's opinion, Lenin says that socialist ideology arose quite independently of the working class movement. But such an idea certainly never entered Lenin's head. He says that socialist ideology arose quite independently of the spontaneous growth of the working class movement. 173. Eighth lie. The author says that my statement, Plekhanov is quitting the minority, is tittle-tattle. As a matter of fact, what I said has been confirmed. Plekhanov has already quit the minority. I shall not deal with the petty lies with which the author has so plentifully spiced his pamphlet. It must be admitted, however, that the author did say one thing that was true. He tells us that when any organization begins to engage in tittle-tattle its days are numbered. This is the downright truth, of course. The only question is, who is engaging in tittle-tattle, the Social Democrat and its queer knight, or the Union Committee? We leave that to the reader to decide. One more question and we have finished. The author says with an air of great importance, the Union Committee reproaches us for repeating Plekhanov's ideas. We regard it as a virtue to repeat the ideas of Plekhanov, Kosky and other equally well-known Marxists. So you regard it as a virtue to repeat the ideas of Plekhanov and Kosky? Splendid, gentlemen. Well, then, listen, Kosky says that socialist consciousness is something introduced into